So I'm going to call the open session meeting to order of the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. Today it's 7:07 on May 21st, 2015. Roll call.
Director Ianson?
Here.
Director Colley?
Present.
Director Salado?
Here.
Director Carpenter?
Here.
Director Bernstein?
Present.
And we have a quorum.
Great. So we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have one reportable item from closed session, which is for item number 2, conference with real property negotiators. And the only thing that I can report out is the acquisition of property for Station 77 in Menlo Park at 1467 Chilco Street. And the direction to staff is to send a letter to the City of Menlo Park, the city manager, and the city council about our desire to discuss acquisition of that property. And now I will take public comment number 2. And I think we have someone, public comment number 2, Oleg Lovikin from East Palo Alto. Welcome, Oleg. Thank you for being here. Want to stand at the podium?
Good evening, everybody. Dear board members, I hope you don't mind if I read it. It's going to be faster. Dear board members, I'm a sculptor and resident of East Palo Alto who can hear clearly when somewhere near there's a trouble and fire truck is on its way. This reminds me about reality, someone's struggle, pain, fire, and the bravery of firemen. Once I lost consciousness during a meeting at the EPA City Hall, and the first to arrive on location to help were firemen. I'm thankful for it. I would like to offer a site-specific sculpture for the new fire station in East Palo Alto. The artwork is abstract, organic in shape, and bright in color. It represents the power of fire as both good and destructive forces, about people's duty to keep us safe. It's dedicated to firemen and their service to community. I have a sculpture, Firebird, 8 feet high, made from composite materials, fiberglass and GFRC, glass fiber reinforced concrete, see attached. This work earned an award for Best in Show at the 2014 Oak Wild Ranch Sculpture Show in California. Based on this original work, I propose to create the same or very similar design, but larger, up to 14 feet high, to fit the scale and work better with the building and space, which one is under construction right now. My purpose is to create an environment that will be a credit and benefit to the entire community, a stimulating and pleasant place to live, work, visit, and permanent legacy to the city. I try to realize art is my unique, vital contribution to society. This work is a conceptual piece about novel sculptural form and harmony in contradictions. It stimulates the imagination and lets viewers decide for themselves what they see or feel. It reflects Silicon Valley with its high-tech culture, Facebook, Google, and other signs of constantly moving forward progress that affects our life, nature, surrounding, and future. It's designed as a bold statement with a reference to fire and to be noticed as a piece of public art for the community. In Chinese culture, the firebird is believed to bring good luck. I hope it can be a symbol of good luck for firemen who risk their lives in the line of duty. I'm looking for support and assistance to make it happen. That's it. I do have same text and picture, so you can look and think about it, and if you decide something, please let me know, or perhaps you might have questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Oleg.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? If you wish to make a public comment, you can fill out one of these cards and just give it to our leadership, Michelle. Okay, seeing that there is no more public comment, I'll close public comment number 2 and ask for the Menlo Park Firefighters Benevolent Activities Report, if there's someone here from the association. Okay, so it looks like that'll either be delayed or it won't happen today, but we're gonna move on to item 2, which is a presentation of a proclamation for our retired division chief and well-loved Frank Freeland. Up here.
I don't know if would be the business.
I don't know, Frank,
Probably
where do you
right.
wanna be? Up here?
Probably right in front.
Yeah, that's what I.
He's used to being there.
Yeah.
Been up the side.
What's really nice is to see that we have pretty much your whole family here, don't you? Don't we, Frank?
Part of it.
Part?
Just a little.
I recognize some of them there.
There's no such thing as the whole family when it goes
What?
Frank.
Well, I
Don't wait
kind of lost my head, I'm sorry.
Listen to
Don't wait too long,
Phil's
Frank's got a gas leak to go to in Redwood City.
Okay, so Frank,
I'm serious, too.
we are so lucky and honored to have you serve with us, or serve our district, and serve all the citizens of the district. We'd like to present this proclamation of appreciation of your service of more than 30 years, which is hard to believe because you probably started when you were age 10 in the fire district. But so this is in appreciation of Frank Frioni on his retirement. Now, I'm going to read this to everyone so that you know what this says. Whereas Frank Frioni began his career with the Menlo Park Fire Protection District on October 16, 1981 as a probationary firefighter. And whereas Frank Frioni, during the course of his 33 years, received numerous letters of appreciation and commendations from the public and allied agencies for his superior performance during emergencies, major fire incidents, and service to the community. And whereas Frank Frioni was promoted to captain on April 1st, 1992, and was promoted to division chief on March 31st, 2006, and whereas Frank Frioni was a member of the Urban Search and Rescue California Task Force 3 since 1990, completed the Task Force Leader Certification in 2002, and was a member of the Federal Incident Support Team in 2006, and whereas Frank Frioni was deployed as a member of the Urban Search and Rescue Task Force 3 to the following events: Hurricane Georges, September 1998, World Trade Center, September 2001, Hurricane Charlie, August 2004, Hurricane Ivan, September 2004, Hurricane Katrina, August 2005, Kansas Tornado, May 2007, Hurricane Ike, September 2008, Republican National Convention, September 2008, Hurricane Earl, September 2010, Washington mudslide, March 2014. Whereas Frank Frioni has pursued his career with skill, enthusiasm, and ambition, and always put the district first, now therefore I, Virginia Chain Corrali, President of the Board of Directors of the Menlo Park Fire Protection District, do hereby honor and recognize Frank Frioni for 33 years of outstanding service to the fire district and wish him well in his retirement. And actually, it's not just me, it's on behalf of the entire board and on behalf of the entire community. Thank you for everything you've done, Frank. This is one recognition for you, but also, this is from California Task Force 3 in recognition of your hard work and dedication when you were deployed to search for those still missing from the massive March 22nd mudslide that devastated an entire neighborhood in Oso, Washington, April 2014. So congratulations, Frank.
It's been a tremendous ride. The opportunities that the district has afforded me The places I got to go, the things I got to do beyond my wildest imagination. I hope the board and the leadership presents these opportunities for the future firefighters in our department, and gives them the opportunities that I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
He probably does need help. Karen has done so much, and accomplished so much.
Okay, the Frayos can leave.
Then there'll be no one here. Oh, my.
Hey Frank, you did a gas man breakup on Buckeye in Redwood City. I'm serious. I just came in.
Hi, Dawn. Yeah.
Frank, do we all come over to your house afterward?
Absolutely.
We're over there, Frank.
Good, good, I know. There you go, I bet you, there is. See you again, brother.
My parents, my in-laws, my children, all the family.
Frank, thank you.
People's very close.
Right, exactly.
We'll be back later.
Okay, so do we have someone here?
Is there someone from the
benevolent?
association?
There's no one left to do the Exactly.
I know. Thank you, Frank.
See you, Frank.
Actually, it's Nordstrom.
Kelly bought that.
So going back to number one, Menlo Park firefighters benevolent activities report. John Messenger, thanks for being here.
No problem. Here to give you a little update about all the benevolent activities Menlo Park firefighters have been involved in. Just recently, Menlo Park firefighters were part of San Mateo County firefighters that sent out 2 veterans as part of honor flights to Washington, D.C. These are 2 World War, well, there were 26 veterans in total, but we paid for 2 of them to go out there. They had not been to D.C. to see the memorials, and that was a pretty big deal for them. We had Ross Frazee, who's one of our actual firefighters. He's working at 2 tonight, and he served as a chaperone. So he was actually given a veteran to wheel around Washington, D.C. for about 3 days. Hopefully we'll be partnering with them more in the future. Rebuilding Together Peninsula, or what used to be commonly referred to as Rex might know as Christmas in April. We just completed probably our 7th or 8th project in as many years in East Palo Alto of rebuilding a home for a underprivileged family that couldn't do it themselves. We've also completed a playhouse that's currently at Stanford Mall right now, and if anyone's interested, you can buy the raffle ticket for $5, and all of the funds go to Rebuilding Together Peninsula, which will help us rebuild actual houses in East Palo Alto and East Menlo. And the last thing I have for you guys is on June 15th, we're going to be participating with the MDA Build a Boot campaign again. We're hoping to raise anywhere between $8,000 and $15,000 on that day. That's all I have for you.
Great, thanks, John.
Where do you station yourself for the booth?
For the boot is going to most likely be at El Camino and Ravenswood in the middle right there, right by the Applewood Pizza, because they usually throw us a deal on food there. So. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, so item 3, public hearings. Item 3 is conduct a public hearing on the notice to destroy weeds, declaring weeds to be a public nuisance. So I would like to open up public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak?
Good job, John.
So we'll close public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, is it because, I just recently bought the lot. They have some, I guess weeds on there, but I cleaned it, so I don't know what else do I need to do.
What's your property address?
Talk to the fire marshal, what's on
Oh,
here?
okay.
I just need to be aware if we're moving
Oh, okay. That just go to you.
Thank you.
It's just that easy.
All right,
It is
thank
that
you.
easy. let them
Thank you.
continue.
But
Thank you.
before you go outside, could you stay for a moment? I wanted to ask a question.
I don't think you,
What?
can we talk to this question?
Sure.
Okay.
I- Jen, I want to understand, we talked about this at length, not at this stage, but at a later stage, about collecting from people where we have abated the weeds and so forth. And there was some discussion about whether we would go to an outside collection agency and this and that. Can you tell me what happened last year with all of that?
Yeah, what, in regards to last year, Ron Kiefer has been charged of the weed abatement program. So I can't speak to what happened in the past, but what we do as practice is we use the San Mateo County and we just tag on to the tax assessors. So we actually just put a price, which is the actual cost of the vendor that we utilize, plus the county service fee, which is $2 and some change, plus our administrative cost. So there's no money made, it's literally the cost that it takes to clear the weeds off that property is put onto their taxes at the end of the year.
I see, so we just filed a lien and
Yeah.
filed it with the county?
Exactly, and actually, we've been doing that for as long as I've been here, 15 years and plus. And most of these properties that we have, they're aware of it, and that's actually what they prefer.
Okay, then I seem to recall that we were talking about using a collection agency, and I don't know why we would have.
No, the San Mateo County is the collection agency for us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so the public comments will be closed, and so we will consider and approve authorizing the fire chief to undertake the removal of weeds and abatement of public nuisances following this public hearing. Objections are closed.
Do we have a resolution to that effect? There is a revised resolution here under Jackson. Minor typo, and I would say that the exhibit which is attached to the resolution probably includes the property the fire marshal is actually looking at right now, so. And such would be if the fire marshal deems the nuisance has been abated on that particular piece of property that appears on Exhibit A, that your motion to approve Exhibit A would be subject to that removal.
Okay, so is your motion gonna be to this amended resolution?
So we need to move to remove.
No, you just, all you have to do is move the resolution with the understanding that
Yeah,
the
with
fire
the
marshal
amendment.
removes a property that's okay.
So move.
Sorry, second? All in favor? Aye. All is a unanimous vote? Thank you.
Letter regarding that, so.
Number 4, conduct a public hearing to consider and discuss the proposed budget for fiscal year 2015-16 and full-time equivalent staffing level. I'll open it up to public comment.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, Kathy,
That's
sorry,
how
sorry.
I do your
Move that to after the numbers in.
That's cool.
For 5 and 6. That's fine.
No objection?
Is there any objection from the board?
Definitely not.
Really? No, I mean, because I need to do it right now. I cleaned it, yeah, I
Okay,
spent $1,000. But I
so
still get the,
going to the regular agenda,
I still got the letter.
number 5, on the gas here, we need to discuss and consider approval of a resolution directing the San Mateo County Chief Elections Office to conduct the November 3rd, 2015 election in the Menlo Park Fire Protection District wholly by mail pursuant to the pilot program authorized by Assembly Bill 2028. If all other affected jurisdictions also request participation in the program, the pilot program at that election. So I believe we have someone here from Mark Church's office.
That is correct.
Thank you for being here tonight.
My pleasure, thank you, Madam President.
Question?
Yes,
Of all the presentations that have been made and the votes that have been made, have they all passed? Are all the jurisdictions in agreement so far in order for?
we presently have 12 jurisdictions that have passed resolutions, and we have approximately 37 in the county that will be participating in the November election.
So there's been no one that's opposed it?
At this juncture, no.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Again, Madam President, members of the board, Chief Schapelhauman, thank you for the opportunity to give you a brief PowerPoint presentation on AB 2028, the all-mail ballot program for San Mateo County. My name is Jim Irizarry, and I'm the Assistant Assessor, County Clerk Recorder. Joining me is Megan Hasselscheer, a supervisor from the Registration Elections Division, and my colleague. We're delighted to be here this evening to talk about this important program. What is AB 2028? The legislature enacted an all-mail ballot project for Yolo County, a rural county, and AB 2028 is an extension of that pilot project to include San Mateo County, which became effective January 1st, 2015. The purpose of including San Mateo County in the pilot is to allow for the collection of data from an urban county to complement the data from Yolo County, which I mentioned is a rural county, and the statistics that were generated were relatively limited. San Mateo County, on the other hand, is an extremely diverse, large county which would generate much more meaningful data for the state legislature and the secretary to analyze all-mail ballot voting and its effects on elections. AB 2028 authorizes San Mateo County to conduct up to 3 elections entirely by mail until January 1st, 2018. It applies only to local elections and consolidated municipal, school, and special district elections. It does not apply to presidential elections. So we are targeting all mail ballot elections for November 2015 and November 2017 consolidated elections. We are looking also at 1 additional local special election, which is yet to be determined. Every voter will get a ballot in the mail, even if the voter has not signed up to vote by mail. In this program, all return envelopes for the ballots will be postage prepaid, in that our current vote by mail program, we do not pay for postage. But in the all mail ballot program, pilot project, the postage will be paid. Although we call this an all mail ballot election, there will be a limited number of polling places throughout the county. The law calls for at least 1 polling place in each city of the county, so voters can still vote in person at the polls if they want. Like Yolo County, San Mateo County will report back to the state legislature and the Secretary of State on such factors as voter turnout, demographic information, and provide comparison with other elections to provide, again, meaningful data on the analysis. AB 2028 possible benefits. The potential benefits are significant to the county and participating jurisdictions. We have found that elections conducted strictly by mail can lead to an increase in voter participation and cost savings. In May of 2011, we conducted a countywide all-mail ballot special election to fill the vacancy on the Board of Supervisors, including 3 additional school district measures. The turnout was 26%. In contrast, a special countywide election standalone, a traditional election, was held in April 1997, which we compared to fill a vacancy on the Board of Supervisors. The turnout was 15.6%. So the turnout for the countywide all-mail election was clearly a 10% higher turnout than the traditional polling place election. The cost is also substantially less, approximately 1/3 to 1/2 the cost of a traditional election. For our county, a traditional countywide election, we hire and train some 1,700 workers, deploy and test over 1,400 voting machines, and secure approximately 209 voting places. All these costs would be eliminated under this program. For the Menlo Park Fire Protection District, the cost of the 2013 local consolidated election was approximately $33,000. Based on that amount, the district could save somewhere between $11,000 to $17,000 with an all-mail ballot election this November. All mail ballot elections also reduce the risk of human error that come with employing large number of poll workers. Problems will be more efficiently handled with a significantly smaller, more experienced and better trained and managed election staff. Most of the election day issues ranging from technological difficulties with voting machines to poll workers not showing up will be eliminated. Another advantage of all mail ballot elections is faster results on election night. With no precinct ballots, a much greater portion of the ballots will be tallied soon after the closing of the polls at 8 p.m. Who votes by mail now? Very interesting statistics here. Voters by age group in the county, as you can see. This is the current demographic breakdown by age in San Mateo County. The dark green represents the number of voters who have signed up to vote by mail permanently in this program. The light green represents one-time vote by mail voters and polling place voters. Who votes by mail now? Voters by party preference in the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. This chart shows a breakdown of permanent vote by mail voters by party preference in the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. As you can see, there's not much difference between the two major parties. The next chart shows a breakdown of permanent vote by mail voters by city. Over the years, election turnout trends have shifted in the all-mail ballot direction. About 57% of our voters countywide and 59% of our voters in Menlo Park already prefer to vote by mail and have signed up to vote by mail permanently. More and more people are becoming familiar with vote by mail, and it continues to grow in popularity simply because it is convenient. This chart shows a breakdown by city of how voters cast ballots in the November 2013 local consolidated election. This breakdown shows the percentage of voters who cast their votes by mail, including both permanent and one-time vote by mail voters, and those who cast their votes at the polls. As you can see, in the Menlo Park Fire Protection District, 75% of the registered voters cast their ballots by mail, and only 25% cast their ballots at the polls in the November 2013 local consolidated election, which is an election that we would compare to in this particular case. At this point in time, I want to turn it over to Megan, who will cover the rest of the PowerPoint, and then we'll come back to a question and answer period that we can answer any questions that you might have regarding the all-mail ballot program.
If you don't mind, I'm going to talk from here so I can move things along. I kind of want to give you an overview of what it's going to look like versus what a traditional election looks like. So the similar things and what's different. So one of the similar things is that we'll continue to have our ballot drop-off boxes. So at every city clerk's office in the county, we have a ballot drop-off box beginning 29 days before the election. Everyone's free to go in, drop off their vote-by-mail ballot, and it's open during their regular business hours. The one change now is instead of our city clerks being able to go home at 5 o'clock on election day, they're going to need to stay open till 8 p.m. to allow voters up until the deadline to drop off their ballots at city clerks. Our voting centers are also still going to be open. So in the county of San Mateo, we have 2 voting centers, one at 40 Tower Road, San Mateo, and then one at County Center in Redwood City. At these voting centers, voters can come in if they want to vote on our e-slate, our voting machine. They'll still be able to do that. If they have questions or haven't received their ballot, we can give them ballots at either of these locations. And they're open 29 days before the election. So you can go in and vote Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at one of these locations, or on the Saturday before the election, we'll be open 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Election day voting is where it changes. As Jim said, every voter will have a ballot sent to them, so we're hoping that they'll send in that ballot ahead of election day. However, if they choose to vote in person, that's still an option. We're going to have at least one polling place in each city. I like to call them universal polling places because instead of you having to go to the polling place in your city, you can go to any polling place throughout the county. So if you live here in Menlo Park but work in South San Francisco, you can walk into the South San Francisco polling place and they'll have your exact ballot ready for you to vote on. It makes it a lot easier for our voters that are all commuters throughout the county. As well, you can get a replacement ballot there, and you can drop off your voted ballot at any of these polling places in the county. So what are we doing? It's really important that my office does a lot of outreach to inform all our registered voters that this is happening. We believe in the rule of 4, that you need to tell somebody 4 times before they hear that this is what's happening. So after
That's
all-
our problem.
after all the resolutions are passed, we plan on sending out a postcard. If you live in a mail ballot precinct right now, you're used to our postcards that let you know, hey, you're gonna vote by mail, your ballot will be coming on this date. So all our voters for this election will get a postcard ahead of sample ballots being sent out saying, this is our plan, this is how we're gonna carry out the election. Then they'll get their sample ballot pamphlet, which will let them know what their ballot's gonna look like, when it's coming, and if they wanna vote in person, all their choices throughout the county. After that, between the ballot and the official ballot, they'll get another postcard letting them know it's coming, here's the day we begin mailing. Then they'll get their official ballot, and if we don't hear from you and we don't get your ballot within a week of the election, you're gonna get one last reminder from our office that we want you to vote, and please turn in your ballot. Beyond doing that, we're also going through a media campaign. We've been reaching out to the different TV stations, newspapers, radio stations, especially in other languages, since we have a large Chinese and Spanish-speaking population here in San Mateo. So we'll be working with them. We're also working with transportation stations to have posters up letting them know in different languages what is coming up for this election. And we're working with social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook to get the message out. So our deadlines. Usually around this time I send, or my staff sends the district a letter saying we need to know if you're having an election in November, and if you are, how many seats are up. And that's enough to call for the election. But under this, we need a resolution passed that authorizes our office to conduct an all-mail ballot election. So each district that's participating in this must send us a resolution authorizing us for this to work. If one doesn't send it, this program will not work for the upcoming election. So our deadline by the statute to get this resolution from each district having an election is 88 days before the election, which in this case will be August 7th. So I provided the resolution that Glenn Levy, our legal counsel, has drafted up, and it's wordier than most resolutions, but the purpose of it is to also show all the benefits of what this program has to offer our county. So just a quick reminder, Election Day, we'll have universal polling places throughout the county. There's drop-off locations and voting centers. And one gift that the legislature has passed that's going to help us out in this pilot program is the Postmark Plus 3 Day. So no longer do I need you to give me your voted vote by mail ballot that's been voted on Election Day by 8 p.m. If you drop it off in the mail on Election Day and it's postmarked on Election Day, and I receive it by Friday, which is 3 days after, we'll be able to count it. This is a departure from the past, and we saw it work in this previous, couple weeks ago, we had a San Carlos School District election, and between Election Day and the Friday, we received 750 ballots, which for a district of about 12,000 voters, that's a large chunk of the ballots that came in, and we were able to count each and every one of those.
And just a couple of final thoughts, and then we can open it up to questions and some final thoughts. First of all, the success of the all-mail ballot program in San Mateo County will depend, as Megan said, on the participation of every school district, of every city, of every special district in this county. If one does not elect to participate, then the all-mail ballot program countywide cannot move forward. So it is a unique opportunity here for San Mateo County to really set a leadership role in the state of California. San Mateo County is known for its innovation, its projects, its programs, its people, its diversity. We are a leader, literally, in the state of California, and the state legislature has entrusted us with this opportunity to provide an example of how all-mail ballot elections can be conducted, and then to provide meaningful data and information both to the state legislature and the Secretary of State on this process. So on behalf of Mark Church, your Chief Elections Official, we sincerely hope that you will participate in this process and look forward to your active participation in the upcoming election. And on that note, answer any questions would be my pleasure.
I've got questions, but I'd like to open up to the board first.
The all or nothing thing, you know, I read through the act that was passed by the legislature. Where does the all or nothing interpretation come from? Because it's not in the legislation.
No, it is written in the legislation that all jurisdictions must participate. In the way it is written, and I can cite to you the section, is basically that there cannot be an overlapping jurisdiction that has a traditional election at the same time. If that happens, then there will be confusion at the voting polls and places, because then voters would get two different types of ballots, two different procedures going on in that particular jurisdiction. So in order to avoid confusion, the legislation was written that if there is an overlapping jurisdiction that is going to conduct a traditional election, then that election cannot move forward in that particular jurisdiction.
It's section 4001A2.
Thank you.
So, Peter, just to also elaborate why, because I went to the Redwood City Council meeting, and the reason that we have to do this is the San Mateo County Community College District, which is the only countywide election happening in November, is it's a countywide election, and that's why we've got to have unanimity, because you can't have, as he said, Jim said, that some districts having a traditional and some having mail-in, but we have a countywide election.
Because of that district?
Community college, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because it is a countywide district, of course.
I see.
But the beauty of it, and that's why San Mateo County was selected, is that we have an opportunity to conduct an election on a countywide basis, not on a very small, limited city or special district basis. This is really a unique opportunity statewide to actually conduct an analysis on a countywide all-mail ballot election. So it poses some challenges, but it's definitely possible, especially with everybody's cooperation.
I want to thank the two of you for coming here and giving us a presentation. That's why I asked the first question, to make sure that there wasn't any other jurisdiction that wasn't in agreement that you've already made your presentation to. Secondly, what if someone makes a mistake on their mail-in ballot? How is that going to be handled? Like if the day of the election, and they make a mistake, and I know you can, when you get that mail-in ballot, you can request another one.
Correct.
But where would you go if there was like a polling place, or what would be the procedure for that?
Well,
What do you mean by mistake?
Well, you've made a mistake in the actual voting
And you don't like what you voted on and you want to
or
change
you
it?
crossed the wrong.
you check the wrong box, and
Right.
Two ways you can handle
Or
it.
you messed up on your signature part or something.
Right, so if you messed up on your voting card, let's say, you wanted to vote for one candidate, but you voted for the other. We do get numerous ballots where people have done that. As long as we can read voter intent, so if you scratch something out and circle and, all these arrows saying, yes, this one, we'll be able to see that and know that that's who you voted for. But let's say, you
They
live it up.
mess up on the signature, let's say.
So you
They
mess up
sign
on
in
the
the wrong
Or they
place.
don't sign it.
Oh, they don't sign
Let's
it.
say
You
they
mess-
don't.
Well-
Because that is a
If you don't
problem.
sign it and we get it on election
No.
day, then we cannot count it because there's no signature. But let's say you sign the wrong part and you're upset and you rip up your ballot, you can then go into any one of our 25 polling places or to either of our voting centers on election day and get a new ballot.
And would that be a provisional ballot?
No, because that's the great thing about this, is because our systems are all gonna be talking to each other, so we can instantly see that we already sent you a ballot, exit out on our system, and
Great.
issue you a new ballot right there.
You issue a new ballot, and you can also vote in person.
No, that's good, thank you.
Because all of the polling places, unlike a traditional election, and I want to emphasize that point, in every city, will be a voting center, which means that any county residents could vote at any voting center. So you live in Menlo Park and you work in Daly City, you'll be able to vote there, cast your vote there, or take care of that incorrect ballot in any one of the voting centers. So it allows a lot of flexibility.
Thank you.
I actually have a few questions. So my understanding is with the voting centers, it's for every 100,000 residents, right?
That's the way it's written in the legislation, that's correct.
Right, and so the whole fire district has, we serve about 100,000 in 3 cities and part of the county, 2 of which have low income populations, which I want to also address.
Right.
So where would the one, I mean, I guess, I don't think Menlo Park is gonna have an election this year, I don't think Atherton is, so are they gonna have a voting
Each
center?
city will have a voting center, so all 20 of our cities will have, and towns will have at least
So-
one.
Even if they're not on the ballot?
Even if they're not on the ballot.
Right, and so even if they have 30,000 residents?
Every
Okay.
city here will have at least one.
Okay, so actually I wanted to talk about the current situation in San Mateo County because this mail-only what we had, the 2007-2008 San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury did a report on mail-only precincts at the time. As of that time, there were 93 mail ballot precincts from throughout the counties. So I understand that the information that you're getting from, or the data that you're gonna be getting and giving to the legislature, right, is gonna be based on if this thing passes. What have you done right now with the 93 precincts to give data to the legislature? Because I've got 7 precincts in Berlin. These are just precincts, and we're not even talking about one city. 13 in San Mateo, 2 in Atherton, 8 in Skyline, I guess that's the precinct, 5 in Pacifica, 5 in Menlo Park, 7 in Redwood City. What kind of information or data has already been given to the legislature? Because we already do this by law.
Well, the precincts that you're speaking about are vote by mail precincts because they have 250 people or less. So they are all mail. Little different dynamic there for the most part on that. To answer your question directly, we have not provided a report to the legislature or to the Secretary of State on those 93, and there's probably more.
Well,
Yeah, this was as of 2000, this was federal data, so I don't know what new ones have popped up.
so the Secretary of State's office does collect our statement of the vote every year, so they are getting that style of information about what our mail ballot precincts. Each election year, they ask us, list all your precincts out that are mail ballot precincts, so that then they can compare the results from the statement of the vote. However, that data isn't gonna show them what they're asking for out of this vote by mail project, which is more on if everyone's given the opportunity to vote by mail or in person, will they choose to vote by mail?
And how does that affect different demographic groups, different populations? We will be hiring possibly 2 consultants that are experts in the field to work with us during this elections process to be gathering that data and to be putting it in a format that's going to answer those types of questions, the demographics, the turnout, which we don't have on those all-mail ballot precincts.
So the data side is one side. The other side is this was brought to the grand jury because many of these people, I don't know what the percentage is, were poll day voters. And
Excuse me, we're what?
poll day voters. And did not receive information that they're now no longer they don't qualify as poll day voters, and now they must vote by mail only. And at the time, the grand jury actually said that Warren Slocum, who was the elections officer at the time, exceeded, the legal limit, but still some of the residents in these areas were obviously not adequately informed because
wouldn't have come to the grand jury otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that you're gonna have, an education process. I just, in such a short amount of time, how are you gonna do this? And also with the understanding that other jurisdictions who may wanna put something on the November ballot and don't have necessarily, an election of their governance boards or councils, right? They can put something on the ballot. So how does that work in terms of their buy-in? When do you notify them? I mean, who knows what's gonna come up? And maybe you have a better idea than I do. But again, when I talked to Mr. Church, he said that you have until August 7th to put something on the ballot. So any school district in the county can put something on the ballot before August, they have to do it by August 7th. So how are you gonna educate any additional jurisdictions who want to do this?
Well, we've started that process, and this is part of that outcome right now. We've sent jurisdictions we sent letters to every jurisdiction, and even one step further, to every elected official in those jurisdictions received a direct letter from the chief elections officer explaining this process and explaining the nature of an all-mail ballot election. So that was really the first step in the notification
Which
process.
jurisdiction, the ones who like all of us received a letter?
Yes, a letter went out from the chief elections officer. There were about 480 some odd letters, and so hopefully you did receive one.
I didn't get one, but I may have missed it.
Our intention was for every elected official in this county to receive it. And I saw staff just putting all of these letters together that day, so hopefully you got it.
You made it.
You made it, okay, very good, very good. So the process started a while ago.
Well, our letter was to the fire chief.
And also to
Okay.
we sent it to the city managers, we sent it to both staff
That's the one
and
that's in
also
the back.
elected officials.
Yeah, but that's not addressed.
Well, no, it was, each of us got one.
Okay, I missed, okay, sorry. But
So-
that's maybe just me.
The intention, and maybe we just
It could have
didn't
been
get,
lost in the mail.
yeah, exactly. That was the first step in the process, was to educate every jurisdiction and every elected official in this county about the process. The next step was to have meetings, which you attended in San Mateo, and we held 2 meetings. And then we're following up literally with every jurisdiction in this county that has invited us, and those definitely that are going to be holding an election. We are making presentations to those boards. So far, we have 12 that have signed on an adopted resolution. We have an indication that there is support for the program at pretty much all levels. We really don't know until we get the actual resolution. But at this juncture, we're getting a pretty good feel that there is support out there. And we still have to work on those jurisdictions that haven't either received a presentation or haven't communicated with us. The other step in the process is educating the public. And significant resources will be allocated for that purpose. We are planning a multimedia campaign, newspapers, billboards, buses, social media, website enhancements, to get that word out. Actual direct mailers, as Megan mentioned. People will actually be receiving a ballot in the mail. But prior to that, they will be receiving direct mail from the elections office explaining this program. So every registered voter is going to be getting at least 4, maybe more. And in addition to that, there will be that pretty significant, extensive campaign and voter outreach to the various communities. We're targeting East Palo Alto, we're targeting Redwood City, we're targeting Daly City. We have targeted a lot of the minority communities to make sure that they know about the program and that there is full involvement of the community at all levels. Fortunately, Menlo Park, as I see, and I'd like to just compliment you, you have one of the highest percent of registered voters in the county. You're at 73%. That's very, very high. So you have an engaged population, which
Well,
is great.
that's just one city. We have 3 cities in the unincorporated section of Redwood City and Menlo Park, which encompasses half of North Fair Oaks and all of well, that's the unincorporated part. We also have East Palo Alto.
Yes.
So the date, so some of the, I was just doing a little research on API voters, Asian Pacific Islanders, because I know that is a fast-growing population in the East Palo
Yes.
Alto area. And there was a study that was done by UC Davis, it's called the California Civic Engage Project. And they, I don't even think this is just solely related to API voters. I would even say that new immigrants might have some of the same challenges. And it said that a lot of the API ballots tended to be rejected for lack of a signature. And it's almost as if they didn't really understand the process because of language, but for whatever reason, right? And that's a fast-growing population in East Palo Alto. And, but I think it's probably the same kind of, you have the same challenges with immigrants too, new immigrants coming in, which would probably be in the North Fair Oaks area, and also, my guess, probably even the Belhaven area in Menlo Park.
That's why we're doing a lot of voter outreach, in-person outreach too. I was at the festival for the Pacific Islands that was held in Foster City a couple of weeks ago, and we worked closely with the community there to inform them about voting and what was coming up. And then this past weekend, I was in East Palo Alto at the Reading Bonanza event, which is for middle school students, so I thought it was kind of funny that we were there. But it was actually very smart, because while their children were picking up books, I could talk to all of them about registering to vote, the importance of voting, that they were going to receive their ballot in the mail this election, and getting them through the process. So we're doing a lot more targeted outreach. And just one other thing is, today we got a resolution from Nancy McGee from the San Mateo County Board of Education. And she, while they don't have an election, she authorized and is endorsing the all-mail ballot program. And in conversations with her, the Board of Education has to sign off on all measures. You first have to turn measures over to them, so she's acting as kind of a person for those unforeseen measures that might pop up to make sure that they also include the appropriate language.
Madam President, though,
Yes.
you're hitting the nail right on the head. And that is that there needs to be significant voter outreach in this process. And quite frankly, it's an ongoing responsibility of the elections office in the county to do that for every election. Doesn't matter if it's all-mail ballot, it doesn't matter if it's traditional polling place. It is a constant effort that needs to be put forth.
But a switch like this is, I think, gonna require a bigger effort, and definitely a more focused effort. I mean, even with 93 persons, we had people who, and these are polling voters, and polling voters, while they may make up a much smaller percentage, those are the die-hard voters too, right? Because they're gonna go and take the time to go and fill out their ballot, walk to their polling place, fill out the ballot, and, you know, get that sticker. And that's what, and I don't know when you're meeting with East Palo Alto, but I would actually feel, I would love to know the data on the other jurisdictions that this fire district represents, the demographics. Yes, 73% of Menlo Park residents vote by mail, which is great. I think Atherton is probably about the same, around there probably. I don't know where East Palo Alto is.
And we have that data and that information, and we'll
I
make
would
sure
love to see that.
that we will
And
get that to you.
And
We'll-
when
we'll
are
follow
you
up.
presenting to East Palo Alto
I
City
think
Council?
it's June 6th, but I can check on that date for you.
But we will certainly get you that information, because we
And
do
so
have it.
there's a sunset provision for this. It's a 2-3 year trial period, is that right?
Correct, January 1st,
So can we just talk
2018.
about that, 2018, right?
Correct. That is the last date that technically an election can be conducted. So it's a 3-year pilot program. And within those 3 years, what we've identified are at least 2 UDEL elections, the local consolidated municipal elections. And that would be the 2015 and the 2017. In addition, there's a 3rd election that we can conduct, and that will be a local special election. There may be a district that wants to hold a local special election, and we can utilize that provision under the all-mail ballot to hold that as one of the 3 elections that we can also conduct an all-mail ballot election and gather data and provide that as part of our overall report.
So I know that Atherton has a parcel tax that's expiring in 2017. So let's say they elect to put that on the ballot in 2017. Are you gonna have to go back and go to those jurisdictions that won't be participating this year and go through this whole process to get their buy-in? I
Some of
think
the-
the
some of the
community
dis-
college district may actually have an election as well
They-
in
they-
Some of the
2017.
Some of the districts are passing, like Cabrillo Unified School District today and the County Board of Education both passed resolutions that'll cover all 3 years. But some of our city councils wanna wait for each
They're
election.
not gonna have an
Stop.
election this year, so when would
Atherton
you?
is talking about having a measure on the ballot this year. So
Really?
we already made a presentation to Atherton.
It's interesting, because I asked the mayor and he said no.
When we were there with Teresa Del
Sure.
Santa,
Are you aware of anything?
I don't know.
maybe it was for the 2017 one, but they were discussing it when we made our presentation.
Yeah, well, I asked the mayor just in the last week, and he assured me that they had no plans to have anything on the ballot this year.
But one thing is for sure, and that is that each election is standalone, and those resolutions can be adopted, as Cabrillo did today, to cover the 3 years. But we have to have that on file for each election. So if Redwood City elects to basically adopt a resolution for this election, and this election only, then we will have to, again, go through this effort to make sure that in 2017, we have all buy-in in that election.
So regarding the cost, I know that in our 2007, 2008 grand jury report, there was a 30% savings just for the 93 precincts. So what do you think that savings would be? And
Let me quickly take a look here at the cost that we have here.
You quoted it earlier in your.
No, I have this, too, but I have a chart that I would like to refer to. You know, in terms of the actual Menlo Park Fire Protection District, the actual cost of the last election was approximately $33,000.
right, I got that.
And the range, you know, will be anywhere savings of $10,000 to $11,000 to $17,000 for this jurisdiction if we apply the same criteria to the last election. So the last election you spent $33,000, and this one you could probably save somewhere between $11,000 to $17,000 off of that.
I'd like to move that we adopt the proposed resolution.
Second.
I actually, just one last comment. I would feel uncomfortable adopting it until I understand where Palo Alto's city council is gonna be on this. Because they are, whether or not, you know, we care about their voter turnout, I care about their voter turnout, because I think voting is part of being an American and part of the democratic process. And, I mean, there's really no rush to do this today. We could do this at our June meeting, which will be after the East Palo Alto City Council meeting. That would be,
I just add that East Palo Alto doesn't have a city council race, so they won't be adopting a resolution. They asked for this meeting purely for information's sake.
okay, but I would still, okay, so I would still, I mean, I would like to hear what their outcome would be. That's just me, and that's what I would feel.
Regina, let me get clarification. They have to have our approval.
Not until August
No,
7th.
wait a minute. They have to have our approval. What difference does it make, you know, if you're concerned about the voters in East Palo Alto, and the city of East Palo Alto comes out and says, you know, we don't want to do it, but they're not on the ballot.
We're on their ballot.
I understand that, but
I would just like to.
the
hear
city
what they
council
have
was
to
not,
say.
you know, they didn't, the people in the district did not elect the city council. People in the district elected the directors of this board.
The people in Palo Alto, yeah.
No, the people in the district. We serve the
I
district.
understand, but they're also part of the district. This is just my concern. I'm obviously gonna be it sounds like I'll be outvoted, which is fine, but I also think that it takes away a choice for poll day voters, but that's just me.
Well, I think it adds choices. You know,
I
let me
think it
give
adds
you,
choices too.
yeah, let me give you a great
It
example.
adds, I understand where you're coming from because it's a universal polling place, I get that.
No, it's
A
not
little
that,
more than
it's the access, a little backstory. About 10 years ago, I have the privilege of having a son who serves in the Foreign Service, stationed overseas. And before the permanent vote by mail program was in place, by the time he submitted his request for an absentee ballot and got it, et cetera, it was too late to vote. So I went to the then elections commissioner and I said, hey, what can you do? And they bent over backwards and they put in place a special provision for people like that. And that was sort of a precursor to the permanent vote by mail thing.
Correct.
Right,
And as you
but
mentioned,
that choice exists, see, I agree, that choice
Yeah.
exists.
what you mentioned earlier is that your elections office is really one of the most innovative in the state. You know, and that's why you were selected, I think, for this program. And I just think on basic democratic principles, you know, what this is doing is increasing people's opportunity to vote, not decreasing them.
I disagree because that choice is still there, but you'll take away the right for poll day voters to go and vote.
Why?
There's a
She's
great
just
study
explaining.
out of Pew that I can send you that talks about how if you give people their ballot, if you send, like Washington and Colorado now have all mail ballot for all their elections. If you give people their ballot, if they have it in their hands, they're much more likely to vote and they're much more likely to turn out. And that's part of why we're excited about that. Our consolidated municipal elections, we hope for voter participation between 25 to 30% of our registered voters. It's really low. So if we can get that up by 10%, like we did between having a traditional all-county special election versus having a all-mail ballot county election, then that's great. We're already ahead of the game because we're getting more people active in the community and more people's voices heard on all these districts and jurisdictions.
And there
Yeah,
will
as soon
be,
as it doesn't get lost in the mail like my letter did.
there will be, well, they're gonna have 4 losses in the mail because not only are they gonna get their postcard before they get their ballot, they're gonna get their ballot, they're gonna have follow-up postcards. We're gonna be on top of that. During that 29-day period, there is going to be an intensive effort to get the vote out, to remind people to make sure that they cast their ballot. And that's an important point that Megan did make. That studies have shown, when you actually receive the ballot and you have it in hand, you are more likely to vote. And that's what this program is going to do. And then couple that with an intensive outreach effort, and Megan said at least 4 times to remind folks, we should have a pretty good voter turnout as a result of that.
Chuck?
I just wanted to ask a question. You mentioned that when you do the report, you're going to report demographic data. Can you tell me what that demographic data is? Is it greater than what you know right now on file somehow?
Yes, because we do not really have studies on the actual demographic turnout with respect to an election, why they voted, why they didn't vote, what's encouraging them, what's an impediment, what can we do to help out. How does that actually break down demographically by age group, by minority group, by ethnic group? We're going to be hiring expert consultants in the field that have their PhDs and have done studies of this type in the past to start working with us immediately to actually start setting up the parameters of that study and the data and the statistics that are going to be provided. There is going to be more statistics generated from that analysis than we currently have today.
How will you get that data? Like an exit poll type of thing, or?
Or lawsuits?
Excuse me?
Or lawsuits?
No, it comes from the census. So the people that we're considering for our independent independent consultants, did the YOLO report, and one of them works with the census. I mean, the only way we can get demographic information is if people on their voter registration forms, which you don't have to, decide to say what ethnicity or race they identify as or through the census. So what was used in the Yolo County was the census report. It is limited, and it's not the best, but it's what we have to deal with.
Well, yeah, so I
Can
know,
can I just follow up
yes,
with one question?
please.
Let me just say, I can't imagine this, but let me just ask the question anyway. There's no way that the ballots are somehow encoded or anything like that?
No. That's against the election law. But they tried to do it in Orange County a different way. They tried to decipher people's racial identity by looking at their last names, saying these are very common Chinese last names and whatnot. And the problem they found is that California is very diverse, and Megan Hasselshire might marry someone named David Lee. That doesn't make me Asian, but in their poll study, it would have identified me as Asian. So we're veering away from that and more towards what people are self-reporting, which would have been in the census or on their voter information cards.
Right, so that, we had difficulty getting that demographic data. I know in the 2008, 2009 civil grand jury did its report on district elections versus countywide elections for board of supervisors. One of the reasons that grand jury did not do an actual report but submitted an advisory letter was that the county did not have demographic data on all 5 of the districts.
Right, we can only have what people put down on the forms themselves or what
So
the
I just think
census tells
that's
us.
a lot to do. Rob, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the way I see it, I see that we have universal polling places in every community within San Mateo County where anyone can go and either cast their ballot, or if they make a mistake, can get an additional ballot. I see the system in mailing those ballots out to those individuals so they can use those ballots. And then fourth, we're going to save between $11,000 to $17,000 to the taxpayer. So that's the way I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
Question for Megan.
Yeah.
In your professional opinion, is there any way that this program will reduce the opportunity for people to vote?
You know, I have been in elections my entire life. I'm from the
Yes.
state of New Hampshire. Very proud, first primary. And I see this as increasing it. Everywhere I've ever worked, overseas and locally, it's always increased it when you give people the opportunity to have that ballot in their hand. I don't see this as something that'll hurt us. The UDOs are constantly suffering from voter participation. So between us giving people the ballot and also the fact that we're gonna be doing more voter outreach around AB 2028, it's gonna get the message out more. So I don't see any way that it would go down.
And for poll day voters, they can vote where they live, where they work if they work in the county, or any place in between.
Correct.
So it helps out a lot, and it'll also, what happens is a lot of times in the county, people move, and they don't realize they need to re-register. Well, here's a way we can make sure they're getting the right ballot, because now when they show up at one of our polling places and go, oh yeah, I'm registered here in Menlo Park, but now I live in Daly City, we'll have the right ballot for them, instead of giving them the Menlo Park ballot and saying, okay, later on, we're gonna have to take off the contest that you actually couldn't have voted for. So they'll get the exact ballot that they should, and we'll be able to re-register.
In that case, if somebody shows up on election day and says, I've moved, you change the registration information and issue them a new ballot. You don't say, sorry, you're not registered. So you're in fact increasing their ability to participate rather than decreasing.
Correct.
Okay.
I want to follow up on Peter's question. Will it be required to show identification?
No, the only time you have to show identification is if it's your first time voter and we don't have if your DMV hasn't updated your information. But right now, there's very few voters in the county where that happens.
In other words, you're accessing the DMV database?
We have DMV and what we call Cal Validator throughout the state. And when somebody registers, these 3 systems kind of come together to make sure that everything checks out.
So nobody could get a ballot for a different jurisdiction just by giving you a false address?
You ready to call the question? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I'm a nay. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for
Thank you
coming.
so much. That was very.
Our pleasure,
very
thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Michelle, that was 3-2?
4-1.
So, item number 6. Consider and discuss a presentation by Cycle Consulting regarding the development of a comprehensive fire protection impact fee study and recommend implementation provisions to be included in the distribution of the study to the local jurisdictions for their review. Harold?
So we have to load there's a presentation, we'll load the presentation up here in a second, but.
The same thing that's in our
Yeah, she's-
packet.
Michelle-
Oh, sorry, Michelle, I didn't give you enough time.
No problem.
But in the meantime, while we're waiting for that, so Libby is here, Louis Cycle's here to give the presentation.
Welcome.
And the board has actually seen a previous report from Cycle on 2 separate occasions. And this is an updated version that we asked Libby to come back and look at the data again, and then update it to what was going on with what we knew in the M2, look at some of the population issues, look at some of the additional growth that's been discussed and planned, and she could specifically go into the areas that they've updated and they've changed to make it more relevant for what we're doing today. So with that, I'll just
Clarify the chief, just for my benefit, that not since November of 2013 has this been sent to the board, has it?
It was sent last year, and I want to say it was December of 2014 that we sent it to the board, just as an information, so we could move forward. So it was only an information item that was on the agenda. That's my recollection. So it was once when I was gone, and then once when I came back to see that we're looking at this again.
I have to say, I don't believe I've ever seen this before, so.
Okay?
I have the current one, I'm just saying, I don't, this is.
Yeah, there's a previous one that was, and Libby can go into the detail of what the changes are, and where we go from here.
Great. Why don't I get started? And first, I really want to thank you for having me, give me this opportunity. And it was actually really interesting to listen to the prior presentation because I actually learned a lot. And likewise, I hope I learned a lot from the questions you asked me tonight. As the chief was just saying, we did do an analysis in 2013. And we have followed fundamentally the same methodology that we outlined in 2013. However, we did get some really good feedback, both from staff here as well as from the cities in their comments on the initial draft report. That has actually, I think, improved the report and refined it. And in addition, John Hitchcock, who could not be here tonight, who's been a real help and asset for us through this process, he has been updating a lot of information for the CIP process, working very close with Citygate Associates, and there's been a lot of information that you've all been assembling and Kathy has been working on since over the past 2 years. And so what this report does is really reflects all of that good work and the knowledge that we've gained over the past couple of years, but leverages the prior approach. So first what I want to, if you can go to the next slide. Oh, is it not working? You think? All right, okay. So first I'm going to just quickly go over what I'm going to talk about. First, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of development impact fees. I know some of you may know about this, so forgive me if it's repetitive for you, but I think it's good that we're all on the same page. Why do you need this fee, and what is the potential fee level? And how would it be implemented? And I know the chief has some very distinct thoughts about that we'd love to get on the table. And we really want to hear from you in terms of what you see as the issues and considerations moving forward on this, and so there'll be plenty of time for Q&A. So first of all, what is a development impact fee? It's a one-time charge. It's imposed on new development at the time building permits are pulled. That helps pay for new development's fair share of needed public facilities and improvements. So it is imposed specifically on new development. It would occur district-wide throughout all of the boundaries. It would be administered by all the local agencies. So that includes the cities and towns and the unincorporated areas that we were just talking about from a voting perspective. The funds have to be specifically used to fund public facilities and improvements. And you're required by law to annually report on the collection and use of those funds. So that would be a collaborative process with the local agencies that would be administering this on your behalf. So they would be collecting these funds on your behalf, and they would also be helping in the reporting effort. So similar to some of the other reporting that you share with the local agencies right now. The legal basis for this fee is very much placed in law, and obviously your legal counsel can add to this. It's basically the exercise of police power to protect public health, safety, and welfare, which is authorized by the California Constitution, Article 11. In addition, there's the Mitigation Fee Act, Government Code 66,000 to 66,025, which has been in place for a long time, I think about 30 years now. And it allows for the imposition of these impact fees because the legislature recognized and the voters recognized that there is a need for new facilities to be built to meet the needs of growth, of new development within the area. So specifically, what's really important is it is not a funding source for operating costs. It is not a funding source to correct existing deficiencies. It's not a special tax or a special assessment. And it's not subject, therefore, to a approval requirements. And the advantages that it offers is that it enables you to spread the cost for district-wide facilities across large areas, across new development, many different new developments, rather than having to negotiate with each new development what's occurring. It's for an extended period of time, and it only needs the governing board approval, though in your case that includes not only yourself but all the local agencies that would administer it. As I mentioned, the limitations is that it can't be used for O&M, and it comes in each year based on how much new development occurs, so it really can only be used on a pay-as-you-go basis. So it would not replace the traditional mechanisms that you all are using right now to fund your capital facilities like your COPs, but it would augment those funds. It would provide additional revenue. And specifically, what I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about tonight is that the fee level has to be related to the impact. We have to show a nexus or a relationship between the impact that new development is having on the district, and that's what we're spending a lot of time doing. Yes, please.
For example, it doesn't seem to occur very much in the Bay Area. We own another home up in El Dorado County. And if you want to build a new home in El Dorado County, one of the impact fees is based on the number of bedrooms in the new home, and that then goes to the school district. And again, that's assessed at the time that you get the building permit based on the number of bedrooms, and the presumption is that the number of bedrooms is related to the impact on the schools. So
Correct.
That's an example.
That is a perfect example. Yes, thank you very much. That's a great example. So the reason why really you embarked on this a few years ago and started looking at this is new development was occurring throughout the district, and it's actually really intensifying right now. I know you're all feeling that with Facebook and with the M2 area and what's going on in East Palo Alto and just all of the pressures for new housing that's happening here. And that means that you really have to figure out a way to how to address this from a district-wide perspective. And as we'll talk about, and I know you know through your CIP process, you have a lot of needs for the upgrade and expansion of existing facilities. And while you have a very healthy revenue source through property taxes, it's not really enough. And it's certainly not enough to pay for all of the needed upgrades and expansion. So specifically, why we're doing this and what the impact fee will do is help fund fire stations and buildings like this facility here, the fire protection vehicles and fire protection equipment. It also includes, even though we're using the term fire protection to actually be inclusive of all the emergency services. So even though I'm using fire protection and that's the way the fire district is referenced, I mean all inclusively, all of the emergency equipment as well. And it will not be used to address existing deficiencies, and we've been very careful with our analysis to not do that. So I know you're all aware of your 7 stations and buildings throughout this area. And again, through the CIP process, what's been identified is that stations 1, 4, 6, and 77 require demolition and rebuilding. You need a new training tower, reconstruction, and also you're looking potentially at stations 3 and 5 with a potential relocation and rebuilding. So that's a lot of potential changes over time. And this was all identified in your CIP process. And your fire protection vehicles alongside of the stations is the need for a second ladder truck to serve the higher height developments that are proposed to occur, specifically like with the Downtown Specific Plan in Menlo Park. And in addition, as you get new stations and the stations expand, you need more fire protection vehicles. And you also need more traffic preemption signalization, especially as traffic gets worse here in the vicinity of where the stations are, and you need the equipment, the actual vehicle and firefighting equipment alongside the emergency equipment. So specifically what we've done is we've looked at what is a nexus, the reasonable relationship between new development and the need for these facilities. And what we've done is an analysis that is looking at what we feel is new development's fair share of facilities costs. And we've really emphasized doing this on a conservative basis to make sure this is very defensible and supportable, and hopefully will achieve approval from all of the local agencies that are part of this equation. So specifically, this is the methodology, and we've tried to make this a little clearer in the second round draft, getting some feedback from staff and also from the local jurisdiction. So first of all, we're projecting the number of future residents and employees that the district will serve. We're using estimates, the most current estimates we have from the California Department of Finance, which is the source of population data for 2015. We've updated to that. And then the most recent projections are from ABAG 2013. And those projections were done fairly recently and reflect new growth within the area. They are the projections that are being used by East Palo Alto and Menlo Park and Atherton for a lot of their planning documents, and we also reached out to those local jurisdictions to double check that those were the appropriate projections. We are establishing a fire service standard based on the existing facility inventory. We are not looking at the future inventory. We are conservatively looking at your existing facility inventory, and what we are saying is that what we want to do is make sure that new development is paying its fair share of maintaining that standard as it exists now. What is new development's fair share of that? So what we did is we did an analysis based on what Citygate Associates has done for you, that analysis, and we looked at the current value of the facility and equipment costs in 2015 dollars. And where we had information that was literal information, for example, for some of the recent station acquisitions that you've done, we've used the land acquisition costs that were the actual cost that you paid for those facilities. Where we didn't have data like that, we used whatever best source we could, like for example, recent transaction data for say Atherton, because you hadn't purchased anything recently there. So we've tried in all cases to be conservative in what we've done. And also where you had updated cost estimates, so for example, I believe it was from the Station 2 cost estimates, we used those Station 2 cost estimates to estimate the 2015 cost. So we've tried to reflect what is your existing service standard as of now, and what are the current costs associated with it as of today. And what our analysis does is it says, okay, in order to keep that existing standard moving forward, what is it going to take? And what is new development's fair share of meeting those needs? So we are looking at the land and the building inventory that you have on the ground today, the 31 vehicles that you have today, and the fire protection and equipment value. So what our calculation does is it says, okay, what is the value in 2015 of those facilities? And it's approximately $75 million. And then we did an analysis, again leveraging what Citygate Associates had done, which is an analysis of the staffing hours that are needed right now to serve residential and non-residential developments within the district. And we said, okay, what is the relationship between how much time do fire protection staff spend servicing residential development, and how much time do they spend servicing, say, retail and office building? And we compared that and we said, okay, an employee is about 0.58 worth of a resident in terms of the staff hour distribution. That is an update from the way we did it before. Before we were using a sort of fiscal analysis standard of 0.5 without any underlying data that was specific to the district. We now have done a thorough analysis in collaboration with district staff and Citygate to say we think that relationship is 0.58, and that's actually in response to a comment that East Palo Alto had about the prior methodology. So we have that substantiated in the report. Once we did that analysis and we developed, so we said, okay, this is how many residents and this is how many employees based on this ratio. That's the service population. We said, okay, if we divide the 75 million by that service population, we get a cost per resident and a cost per employee. And the reason the cost per employee is about 60% of the cost per resident is because of that 0.58 relationship. And the other thing that we did this time through is as we were looking at this and as we talked more and more about the nature of new development that's occurring, we recognize that there is residential development that's occurring that you can't, doesn't fit in a nice little box. It doesn't necessarily fit in single family or multifamily or secondary unit. For example, a nursing home or a congregate care facility may not fit in that box. So we have identified a category called other residential, whereas if any new development comes, then they can just figure out how many people are going to occupy that. So in the case of, you might be 100 beds in a, say, in a convalescent home or some kind of congregate care facility, it would be 100 residents times the 669, so that it'll be very easy for anyone to calculate. And similarly with non-residential uses, if you get some kind of hybrid use that we can't even imagine right now, you would be able to use that calculation methodology for that other residential use. And then for the things that we felt were very standard, we did the calculation based on standard data that was provided to us through research that we did with the local agencies based on information that they had provided. And we tried to pick basically the middle ground between what various jurisdictions were using. So in summary, we also did a comparison between what your CIP is saying looking forward, what you think all of these station improvements might be and what you need. And that's about $54 million in your latest CIP. I know this is still a process that you're going through and it's not a formally adopted document, but we use that $54 million just to give you an idea of what types of facilities would this money contribute to and how much would this money potentially contribute. And based on our calculations, it's about $14.3 million that would be generated from this impact fee program. That's in today's dollars against $54 million worth of improvements. So you'd still have to come up with a lot of other money to do all the improvements that you're talking about doing. But we're showing this for illustration purposes only, just to give you an idea of how much this fee program could represent, which is still a pretty significant amount of money. You know, it's on the order of, say,
Does this
a
assume
quarter.
build out of M2 as planned or existing?
Good question. So it is, ABAC's projections really, in my opinion, again, I'm not trying to speak for ABAC, do not totally incorporate the M2 build out.
Okay.
I do
Because
not.
it just seemed awfully low in terms of, you know,
Right.
I sense, as I look at the district and look at this map, you know, that most of our increased demand for services is gonna come from non-residential industrial growth in East Palo Alto, East Menlo Park. So,
Right.
but you're using the ABAG figures to come up with this, not the the Menlo Park and East Palo Alto planning process, if you will?
So just to pick Menlo Park as an example, because we talked to Menlo Park about this, they are using right now for their general plan update, they are using these ABAG projections. Despite the fact that there might be something different with M2. Nobody really knows how many new jobs are gonna be created yet and how many housing units are gonna be created there yet. So they're still using projections 2013. But what I will say is that the way this program is worked is that if you have more jobs, they'll pay more. Like this number will go up from that
So that
estimate.
figure, these are estimates.
These are estimates.
When you
so
say
it'll go
projected,
up.
it's really estimates.
It's really estimates.
From 2013. that right?
Yeah, yes, well, so it's based on 2015 fee levels, but the projections that we're looking at, the new growth projections, were from the 2013 ABAG projections. And the new projections won't be out, I just was actually meeting with the ABAG economist on this, won't be out for at least maybe a half a year before they're really, maybe a little longer before they're released, maybe even a year.
And I would also make, projections are interesting, but the whole concept, as I understand it from the impact fee program, is it's not based on projections, it's based on reality. You know, what actually happens when someone comes in and says, you know, we have a vacant piece of property and we're now gonna build a huge building, you know, then we talk impact fees. And this is, I think, useful conceptually, but these are not dollars we should think of from a budgetary standpoint.
Well, especially when it's,
Exactly, correct.
quite frankly, 2013 was a completely different time than today,
Yeah, I
last
mean-
year.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not even
right.
sure what the purpose of this is, but, you know,
Well, and it troubles me that the cities, the jurisdictions are using numbers that are older. I mean, not that 2-year-old numbers are that old, but the changes have been tremendous, even year over year from, well, we're only halfway through 2015, but even from now to 6
Yeah.
months ago, it's been a tremendous
but
change.
see,
So, but I
they're in a
will-
real bind though,
Well,
Virginia,
that's
because
what I mean.
they've
I
got a
agree,
20-year-old
Peter.
general plan.
Right,
You know, so what do you do when you got a
Right.
20-year-old general plan?
and they think 2-year numbers are modern, not
So-
are up-to-date
Yeah.
numbers.
And
No,
that's
it's
why
good,
I
but
said,
I
don't
will-
worry about the projections, because
Right.
Yeah.
once, if you put a fee,
They're not
an impact
accurate.
fee system in place, we don't care what the projections are. What we care is, here's a permit that was issued, it had 3 bedrooms, it had this, it had that, and here's the schedule, and I think you're sort of leading us in that direction.
No, you're absolutely accurate. And I do want to say, it was kind of interesting to us, we looked at the estimated 2015 population and jobs that we had used before in 2013 compared, the population compared to what DOF said, and it was actually pretty close. The numbers were pretty close. So right now, the numbers are fairly close, the 2015 projections to what ABAC had projected in 2013, like right now today. What I think is most probably an understatement is between 2015 and 2040, the amount of jobs that are going to be generated, which is, I think, precisely
Yeah.
your point.
And again, I
Yeah,
think
we
that
can't
looking at
predict.
projections is interesting but not relevant to the law. The law says the impact fee must be related to the impact.
Right.
And
There's no way.
the
to
impact
tell
isn't
that.
projected, the impact is either, for example, I gave the bedroom one. There's an impact fee from the irrigation district, and that's not based on bedrooms, that's based on the number of toilets. You know, again, there has to be a causal relationship between the amount of the impact fee and, you know, and how you assess it. So
Absolutely.
projections are interesting, but I would, you know,
Yeah.
we should not confuse what we're doing here with budgeting. We should not confuse this with an attempt to deal with a shortfall, which doesn't exist, but we should say, as new growth occurs in the district, what is a fair and equitable way to bear the cost of that? Should we distribute that cost over everybody through the property tax system? Or should we say the new players who create a new demand should in fact pay an entrance fee to be included in the coverage of the district?
And that's in the staff report.
Yeah.
So which is not, which we discussed, in theory, what could be done and is more in your control. So the numbers are the numbers, to your point, and they may change based upon things that change in the future, but the methodology we haven't discussed yet, which is in the staff report. And, you know, for Libby's benefit, she's referencing Citygate. Remember, you don't get that report till next month, but staff has the draft already because we're going through it, and Citygate's been working closely with Seifel to make sure that they're not working at cross purposes. So when they find out data, they share the data to make sure everything's relevant. Because one of the things that I know Rex and I heard at the Menlo Park meeting from one of the presenters, which was talking about different ways that the city could look at leveraging or taking advantage of different fee structure or different methodologies, JPAs, whatever, was that this is more a form of art than, you know, really based in fact. I don't agree with that. I think based upon what we've been asked to provide and how Libby and Seifel has been working on this, a lot of what we've given is fact. It's real data. So, you know, anybody can say anything when they're a presenter if they want to choose a different path, which is what it sounds like this gentleman was proposing at the meeting. But we have a lot of detail here, and so I would just say to the jurisdictions, once the board decides to move forward, the basis here is the fact, and if they don't agree, then tell us what they don't agree with. But, you know, again, the implementation part, which is in the staff report, is the finesse, and I think that we're gonna get to that
See, the
next.
important thing from my standpoint about your report, which I think is very well done, is it provides us with, and look to Stephen to confirm this, with the documentation that we need to say that impact fees up to a certain level are justified. Now, what those impact fees are is in the staff report. But this sort of says, okay, as long as you do not exceed this amount, we have the cost justification to support that fee structure. Yeah, and then becomes a policy question on our part is, given that ceiling, you know, where do we think are the places that we really want to impose the impact fee? And I'm not sure what point we want to shift from this to the staff report.
Well, I want Libby to finish her portion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
when you're talking about the ladder truck and the different stations and the different equipment, were you using the NFPA guidelines, or is there another guidelines that you were using, Chief, when you had drawn up these things?
So Libby's using what Citygate is giving her, which is a combination of standards of cover, and standards of cover references both NFPA and other reference sources as a basis for how the district could or should operate.
Okay.
And so it's not just NFPA, it's also SOC standards of cover. As you'll see next month, there's time-based things, and there's just different ways that they look at how we actually do coverage, whereas NFPA says it's 1.5 miles for an engine, 5 miles for a ladder truck. That's a great kind of 30,000 foot look. Citygate and goes into time-based, so what's the actual ability for the district to put effective fire force on a call? They're looking at real data.
Another question. I know law enforcement has a police officer per population when they do a lot of their public safety studies. I did not see anything in there as a per 1,000 per firefighter, other than something. So
We do have it
Where-
as 0.9 something, what I'm
Was
trying
it
to find it.
0.9?
I may find it, it is in here, it is in here, I just gotta find it, sorry, I was looking at it on my way trying to get prepared. Okay, the current service standard is approximately 0.9 fire safety personnel positions per 1,000 population served. That's on page 14.
Because if you're looking at, are you looking at the 79 staffing, or are we looking at the total personnel?
Total personnel.
Total personnel,
And
chiefs.
it's not actual staffing to date, it's projected when you're fully staffed, and it doesn't take into account that, you split that by 3 shifts. So it's a little bit of a misnomer, which is why it's referenced, but it's not necessarily that specific.
Great, and then the other question I have is, we have our population, which is around 111,000. Do we have an estimated business, like a day population that we have to serve?
Oh, the daytime population, yeah,
I think
that,
it's in there too.
Yeah,
Um,
it's transient.
yeah, let me give you that number, so, oh, you mean, well, when you say daytime, do you mean people living here that are not leaving to work? I do not have that, is that what
Right.
you're
Yes,
asking
that's what I
me?
was- right.
You know, I don't have that in the study. What we have is everyone that is considered to be a resident and everyone who is considered to be working here, but I do
We
not
don't have that in between?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really great census question. I gotta think for a
I think
minute.
Menlo
There's-
Park, I've seen that before.
Yeah,
They
the
do that.
daytime population, because you
I
you
think
could
the
take
last
the
census
people
report-
commuting out, there is data of like how far you commute out, so I guess you could kind of estimate it from that, like the miles that people leave from the area, you could
Yep.
estimate
Yeah,
that.
the only problem that they have with this community is that 80% of the traffic is pass through, so to get accurate numbers is very difficult.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. And, you know, to that point, when we were looking at the service calls, we tried to be really mindful of when a service call was occurring on, say, a highway versus a road, or how are we allocating between residential and non-residential, so we did kind of a pretty thorough way of trying to make sure we weren't, you know, we were fairly allocating that, and so we took out some of the ones where we wouldn't know if it was a pass-through trip or where it was a residential trip. We just sort of pulled that out of the data and just focused on the ones that we knew, assuming that it's some combination. It wasn't a big chunk, but there are accidents that you respond to that are close to the highway, just for
Right.
example. So we don't know if that's a resident or if that's an employee who had that accident.
Okay. And the final question, well, maybe to Steve. If these jurisdictions that we serve aren't in agreement with our study here, do we have any,
How do we get them to
Yeah,
know that
how do
they
we
have to
get them if they
participate
say
in
no?
this? Because we've got to get their buy-in.
That is the question.
is that the question?
That is the question,
It is.
because
That's
you
what
don't,
it's established
you don't
for.
have the independent legal authorities to adopt these fees. You have to convince the other jurisdictions that you've thoroughly analyzed this issue, that you propose something that's fair and
We have a
equitable,
lot of persuading.
and it's not going to adversely affect whatever other policy considerations they have. So it is it's one thing to do the analysis, and it's one thing to do the legal gymnastics that are necessary to have one of these, but it's another thing to convince a political body to adopt it. That's your,
Do we
that's your
have,
job.
That's
do we
our
have any
job.
judicial remedy at all? We don't?
So let me answer that in a different way. But let me answer your question in a different way, because when you call it gymnastics, I call it a boxing match, and I've been there. So, and it's been the punching bag, quite honestly, with some of the developers and the cities themselves, including city managers sitting in the room and not agreeing with the district's position. We have been, in some respects, defenseless without reports like this to really make the claim that we need to do things, and we've used NFPA, ISO, all the facts. And what comes up, especially if attorneys in the room or in the room, is, did your board ever adopt? And the answer was in the past, no. So right there, that makes anything difficult. Or you can go to what we've done, and been pretty successful with Facebook as an example, and others that you saw last year, the last meeting when the folks came from the VA and asked, and were willing to give us $25,000 in quasi-impact fees. You know, doing those negotiations, there's no basis of fact. There's the chief's gut instinct, there's 34 years of knowledge, how the system works and what we do. This now is the fact. And, you know, again, being defenseless really in a room where they're questioning the chief's integrity or questioning the data is difficult. But the reality is we had to raise, you know, the game to a different level. That's what CIFL has done. That's what these impact fees, hold on one second. That's what this has done, is giving you now the basics. Can the jurisdiction still say no? Sure they can. But now you have the data, which is the claim, which is, okay, here's the adverse impact. And I think that's what wasn't there before. We knew there was an adverse impact. We couldn't articulate and prove what that adverse impact could be. That's changing now.
I just want to say, having a law enforcement background and doing these types of studies, I mean, it's very well done. I'm very impressed with how you did it the second time. And those small little questions that I had with residents that are actually here relative to business are small things. We went through this with the ISO,
Yes.
where Chief, you raised the rating from a 3 to a 2, I mean, which was a big step. So I think we're in the right direction, and I hope this does give you the ammunition to show these people in these different jurisdictions that we need this in order to continue, you know, with our public safety mission.
So Libby, do you want, how much longer do you have
Oh,
on this? 'Cause
so
I
I'm
know that
almost
other
done.
directors
No,
are
no,
having
no, I
questions.
know, and I
The
think
next two
that-
slides are really helpful, because these
Yeah.
are big
Yeah, I think
bridges.
we're almost done, really, so.
Right, can I
on
go
the-
on, that you
Sure.
have questions and I wanna get
Sure,
everyone
sure,
on
no, no, I understand, I'll
They
be,
brought
I'll
up some great questions.
go through this quickly then. So basically, I actually said this before, so the local agencies, which you've just all been talking about, will collect the fees at the time of building permit issuance. They'll need to track the fee collection and report it to the district. The district has to annually report how it's spending the money. And there are requirements that you keep it in a separate fund. It can only be used for capital improvements and equipment. And we're also recommending that there'll be a fee adjustment each year based on inflation. And so it would be tied to a capital construction cost index that's published by Engineering News Record every year. And then the state law also encourages you to do a comprehensive fee review and update every 5 years. One of the key reasons is the development community is very concerned that you actually spend the money and you spend the money in the way you say you're going to do it, so they want that reviewed. And then also it gives you the opportunity to actually reset the fees. Because let's say you find that there's something else that you want to do, or maybe projections 2013 is not what you want to use anymore, you want to update it to reflect the latest projections, or M2 development, or whatever it is. So our next steps are that we are presenting this draft Nexus study to you, and the implementation strategies to the local agencies. The hope is that you will conceptually approve this to move forward, and then it would be formally approved by the board and approved by the local agencies. The state law requires that the fee cannot be effective until 60 days after adoption. So that's the state mandate that allows someone to challenge it if they want to.
You mean for each jurisdiction to adopt, right? Or
Yeah,
60
so
days after
yes,
adoption
so in this
for-
case, everybody's gonna have to adopt and then the 60 days will start, is my
So it could
understanding.
be
I'm Steve, I'm looking at you, but right, so like, after the last one adopts it, then the 60-day clock starts?
I hadn't actually thought through that. I would think it would be 60 days for each jurisdiction. but-
Oh, 60 days for each jurisdiction?
right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
then
not
it's
like
60
the
days.
election thing, we don't have to
Yeah,
have,
exactly.
yeah, they don't all have to
They
agree.
don't have to be unanimous.
Yeah, oh, got it,
You know,
good point.
Atherton doesn't have to say yes,
Right.
in order for Menlo Park to impose it.
Good point,
Right.
good point, good point. So then then
Now,
that makes
but
sense.
politically, you know, the message that I've heard is, you know, don't ask us to do this unless the other jurisdictions are gonna do it.
Yeah.
So there's a political issue, but the legal issue is that they're independent.
Okay, good,
That's
very,
the
very
finesse
important
piece,
point.
the finesse piece that's in the staff report is, how do you get to yes? So that's next, once you ask all your questions.
Yeah, and so we have these questions and issues and considerations. We've already talked about some of these, you know, just how would you want it to be implemented, just building on what the chief was saying. What's the best process to assure the local agencies adopt these proposed fees? Those go hand in hand. And what other funding sources are available to address your long-range capital improvement needs, which I know is something that's going to be on the agenda in the coming months. So those are some of the key issues and considerations, and obviously we want to do Q&A. So, but I think I'll keep that one up on the screen.
Yeah.
I would just like to make a point on that last slide. I think we ought to just, you know, that issue is not the issue here. You know, because the purpose of impact fees is to say, how do we how does the district obtain capital improvement revenues from new construction? How we get the money for our other things has got nothing to do with the impact fees. You know, and I think that's a budgeting process, and we will be wise not to mix the two. It's not like we're trying to backfill because we haven't been budgeting for replacements, et cetera, et cetera. The issue is, what's the impact of new development, and how can we fairly assess that?
Can I just add one comment on top of that, though? I think you're right, and I would say that what state law is really clear on is it says you can't impose an impact fee program if you have no ability to actually accomplish the projects for which you're gonna raise the money for. So the only addition I would make to what you just said is that you have to have some reasonable expectation that you could actually build the fire station that you wanna collect the fee upon, in theory. So that's what the state legislature says, because they don't want you just to be collecting fees and not actually be spending them. So that's just an addition to what you said. So you don't have to have it all worked out, but you have to have at least the consideration and the likelihood that you will actually accomplish the types of improvements that are being proposed in this program. Is that a distinction? Did I make myself clear on that?
I'm confused, but that's okay.
So-
happens to me often.
Let
Can
me
you
give
say
you a
it another
real
way?
world, let me give you a real world example. We discussed it tonight. Station 77, built at a time when the FAR floor area ratio and the height in East Menlo was limited to 3 stories and whatever X was. Once development came in, that was changed, that threshold is no longer there. So when we discussed that facility, the reality is the current station, based upon what we expect in growth and development, is inadequate to serve that community. Well, we don't build stations for 15, 16 years of life, which is really where we are today. We build them for 50 and 60 years. The problem is, when we built that station, no one ever foresaw these changes. So as we discussed, that station's probably gonna have to be demolished before its time or significantly remodeled or changed, because it cannot accommodate the growth in the community. That's the nexus, that's the change. The station as is cannot serve adequately the community the way it's designed and built.
But maybe what I'm hearing you say is that if we were to demolish and rebuild Station 77, we would not be able to solely utilize these funds. We would also have to have funds from our existing customers to pay their fair share.
Correct,
Okay.
correct.
Yeah, you can't use impact fees to pay for existing deficiencies. If you have an existing capital deficiency,
Okay.
that's your next.
So that's, and that's why the language here in this last one is a little bit confusing to me.
Okay.
Well, that's where the credit part comes in, isn't it? The existing building gets a certain amount of credit for the existing
That's true,
building.
it does, absolutely.
Yeah, now it goes over to the staff report, which says,
Yeah,
given the ceilings that have been established here, what do we think is a fair and equitable way to propose impact fees? And then how do we go about selling it to each of the jurisdictions?
yeah. So the credit would be whatever the cost, whatever the building was worth or the facility was worth. That's on us to pay for that. Anything that we expand beyond what's there now, we can use impact fees for.
Chuck, do you have any comments?
I just to clarify it in a slightly different way. So, two separate concepts. One is if I'm a developer and I'm just gonna say, I wanna rebuild this building and it's 10,000 square feet. That existing square footage, if you were going to build the exact same thing, it was 10,000 square feet of retail and you were gonna build, say, 15,000 square feet of retail, you get a credit for that 10,000 square feet of retail. That's on the development side. On the capital side, on the district side of the capital, what I just want to build on what was just being said earlier is that on the capital side, that cost for Station 77, only the part kind of attributable to new development is going to be, those impact fees are going to go there, they're going to help, but you're going to have other funds that are going to have to deal with sort of the existing deficiency, quote unquote, or the existing need that is part of the Station 77 rebuild. So that's why you're gonna need these other funding sources to address. So you're gonna use like your property tax dollars to help address that sort of existing piece. So it's kind of two components. Was that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
And where it comes into focus is, I think if you look at the staff report and they say, okay, you know, has a house and they're gonna build a new house. We sort of say, hey, you know, new house, got sprinklers, et cetera, no impact fee. They've got a single-story commercial building, which is a warehouse, and they now want to build a building that's 5 times as large and has a lot of employees in it. The difference is the impact on the fire district.
Right. Precisely.
And they
Precisely.
get credit for that little, for the first part, the square footage in the first part.
Yeah, we're basically saying that property taxes, our revenue from property taxes is what provides us with the revenue to operate our existing capital facilities. If, however, someone comes along and does something significantly different with one of those properties, you know, that is going to impact us, and we feel that an impact fee is appropriate. And a great example is sort of some of the shenanigans that go on with Prop 13, where Sun Microsystem is, quote, sold to Oracle, but it doesn't change hands, so the property tax base doesn't change. And then Facebook comes in, but lo and behold, they didn't buy it, they just leased it, so that again, the property tax doesn't change. But the intensity of the use changed significantly.
Right.
And we have no way, absent impact fees, to get credit for that increased intensification of that property use.
Yes.
So do you, I know Director Bernstein had a bunch of questions. I don't want to go to the staff report until you ask all the questions on that,
Nice presentation.
on the impact of the report.
Let me say, I'm concerned about this because I think conceptually, it doesn't really deal with impact in the sense of marginal impact, something Peter just was referencing. It seems to me it's dealing with kind of, all the calculations are averages, for example, not, the additional cost of something. And I'm troubled. For example, a third of the costs that are in here relate to our land. But we don't really anticipate, maybe we'll buy a little bit more land, but we don't anticipate, why should everybody, we have to build the extra bays maybe for the fire stations, but we don't have to buy new land necessarily.
We may well. That's what we had to do with Station 2.
We might, but this assumes that the land's a third of the cost, and they're in these impact fees. I feel like we're subjecting ourselves to, I don't think there's a prayer that this will get passed by city councils. Those people are really smart, they've already raised the objections. You look at a home, for example, take a 3,000 foot home with an average of 3 people in it. That's 1,000 square feet per person that tap of improvements. If you take an industrial building, and I think your numbers are actually very conservative, an average is normally 200 square feet per employee. That means a resident uses 5 times as much facility as an employee does. So in theory, that house is paying 5 times the tax.
That's not what's proposed. I mean, there's no relationship to the staff report.
Well, I know, that's one of my problems, is this doesn't take into account that new house is gonna pay 5 times the property tax per person that the new office building will. And people are gonna say, wait a minute, they're already paying for your services through their property taxes. And the fact is, we do pay for facilities through property taxes, because part of our operating, let me finish, you had your turn. Part of our property taxes includes depreciation, and depreciation is an operating expense. So we're paying for facilities in our operating expenses, and taxes are paying for those. I think somebody who buys a new home, they're gonna say, wait a minute, I'm coming in here, I'm gonna pay 4 times the tax that Chuck Bernstein does, because he bought his home back in 1975. Why should I have to pay higher taxes and pay an impact fee. I mean, I just think
You
politically,
wouldn't have to pay an impact fee.
Why would they pay an impact fee?
if they scrape a house, remember,
Why would they pay an impact fee? Read this, where in the staff report does it say that?
Look on page 3, the very top, number 1.
No, not the,
oh,
this report justifies the ceiling. The staff report says, given that ceiling, how will we allocate it? The house that you just described is gonna have a 0 impact fee,
why?
because that's the way that the staff has recommended it.
If they
For
scrape
exactly
That's
the reasons you
that's-
point
that's
out.
considered new construction.
Yeah,
If
but-
I don't have a sprinkler system in my house,
No,
that would be new
if it
construction.
was a new house and they were gonna build it, it would have to have a sprinkler system by the fire code. If that is built that way, the fee is waived. It's right here, if you look on page 3,
I'm
number
sorry,
1,
we
it
pay
explains
page
it.
3 of what?
Page 3 of the staff report,
Not-
number
not
1.
the
There's no
cycle.
impact to the homeowner. Other than the cost of, what it costs you to build a house.
I just want to make a distinction between our report, just to be clear. So this report has to be the nexus report that justifies the maximum fee amount. The policy decisions that you
There you
make
go.
as the district board to potentially waive fees or to make some modifications in how it's implemented, which is in the staff report, which I have not gone over verbally. Those are policy choices you make as the elected officials and as the board, but they're not reflected in this report because we don't want to second guess what policy decisions you're going to make. We want to give you the information you need
We don't want you to do that.
to make the decision, but you make the policy decision to make any decisions about this to do less than what we're recommending. That's a
So,
policy decision.
Statement of fact, and here in the board staff report is the finesse to get to yes, for exactly the reasons that Director Bernstein has raised and others have raised. Carrie's here from the town of Atherton. I know we just did a presentation over there, a letter from East Palo Alto. Specifically, if you read in there on the residential, there's a huge concern is, if I tear down a house and I build a house, it's still a house. Why are you charging me these impact fees? It's a fair point. You said that yourself. So what is an impact? We have a lot of impacts. If you go out to Facebook that built a 450,000 square foot building, it's a huge impact. That's not anywhere near the square footage of the buildings that were there before. But going to that example that's in here as well on a commercial, we'd give credit for what was there before. So what's the impact? The difference between what was there and the difference between what they've increased, to Libby's point. Same thing with residential. Going to that, why would we waive? You would waive because unless it's a new house built on a vacant lot that's never had a house, or there's a provision in there where you tear something down and it hasn't existed for several years, well, then we would exercise the provision. But right now, a house, even if you grow it in size, is still a house. Property taxes, based upon what you said, which have increased, would cover that. We're not asking for that. We don't see that as an impact. If you go to multi-residential dwellings, which John and I have discussed because we have a lot of that going on, regardless of what they tear down, those are impacts. Why are those impacts? There's a lot more people living in an area that weren't living there before. So those are customers, right? More medical calls, more car accidents, more bicycle accidents, whatever it is, more burnt toast, more pots on a stove. You know, those are the kind of calls that we go on. So where we had maybe 10 houses before, and now we have a 200-unit, multi-unit residential that was built there, that's the impact. So we're really only looking, and that's why the staff report was written in the way that it was written, for the growth and for the impact. Where we see more call volume, more need for personnel and apparatus. Personnel obviously is not covered, but the equipment, the station, all those things need to maybe be expanded. That goes to the statement of fact in the cycle report.
But granny units, for example, would trigger an impact fee.
Secondary units, we talked about that. You know, at one point we put 1,000 square feet because that was what, you know, we allow. But we actually, if you look in here, we didn't really, we said, hey, look, you know, they're gonna be sprinklered. We're gonna have a dwelling, but at the end of the day, 1 and 2 units, kind of not multi-unit. If you go to multi-unit, Multi-unit means that anything over 2, so we really didn't even account those. Because what's gonna happen is the code is gonna cover sprinkler systems, turnarounds, road widths, building construction. It's a much safer building, which we wanna encourage people to build. So Director Bernstein's point, we don't wanna discourage people from building things. We wanna encourage them to build it better, build it safer, and there's no impact fee because you as the board would say, hey, look, Atherton, East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, unless you create a nexus towards, again, multi-unit or a much larger commercial where there wasn't, that wasn't there before, that's the difference. So those 3 provisions lay it out.
Well, I was reading that clause that said if they comply with the current codes and so forth.
Right.
I was assuming that all existing, or no existing buildings would comply with current codes. We just put in a whole new code and so forth.
Correct,
And
but
therefore-
they're not building anything, so unless they rebuild it, which is when this would.
Yeah,
take
your
effect.
premise was that someone's building a new house.
Right.
That was the premise you
Well,
just gave.
or the definition of a new house. First, like, there's no house, and then you put up a new house, or you tear down a house, and I think your example was a tear down house,
Exactly.
right? So is that the new house under, is that
What
what you're
I'm saying
asking?
is that would have no impact in a sense. Presumably it's a safer building, there'd be less chance for fire calls to it and so forth.
But that's your-
It would trigger an impact fee.
No, it would not.
No,
Read
not in
number
here.
1. Read number 1.
So, under Seifel's report, it would.
It could.
It
could.
could, correct. Under what you as the board could exercise as and this, again, a lot of discussion with Libby on this and how we can do the finesse piece. It would not if you choose to adopt the provisions, which
See, that's
addresses Atherton and East Palo Alto specifically's concerns
the
that,
same.
right, everybody's,
Right.
that isn't an impact because your property taxes are healthy, so why would you go there? Well, again, I'm not gonna dispute the report's the report. And I think I've already heard that, well, we're gonna go attack the report. I'm not gonna attack the report, let anybody attack it, that wants to. I think we got good statement of fact in there. The reality is that you as the board, just like we did with the fees for fire prevention, can make decisions of 50%, 100%, no fee, certain conditions, and that's what this lays out. So staff has tried to address with Seifel how we can do the finesse piece.
And again, I tried to point out earlier, what the Nexus report does is provide the ceiling.
Correct.
And we have to operate within that ceiling. But that doesn't mean that we have to go to the ceiling. And what the staff has done, and I think item 1 is a direct response to the concern that Director Bernstein raised, is, hey, the kind of construction you described is waived.
Well, I'm looking at it, I still don't, but it has.
But tell me which word doesn't.
It says if that structure complies.
And every single one of our jurisdictions has adopted the new fire code. And so why would they, how could they issue a?
Oh, so wait a minute, so if that structure, that means the new structure or the old structure?
New structure.
New structure.
The new.
Oh, I assumed it meant the structure was being replaced, in other words, you were replacing like with like, and it was.
No, we're saying, no, if you
Because that's
build a new,
pre-existing non-conforming.
if you scrape and build a new home.
I was misreading that, I was thinking that it related to, the existing building, that you were replacing one that was already compliant.
And this is also a great example where, let's say you've got a house which was built 50 years ago with, old wiring, et cetera, et cetera. That's a much greater burden on the fire district than a new house with fire sprinklers. And that's what the staff tried to do with item number 1, to say, hey, if it's built to current code, there's no impact fee.
Well, how, I guess I don't even understand, how could the house not be built to current code?
It's 50 years.
No, well, we're talking about the new house.
It can't, which is why you're legislating, because again, the statement of fact is different than what you legislate as a body. So we're using that provision to essentially, as the out, if you wanna call it that, or, being kind to the community, or being reasonable, whichever one you wanna pick, that's what we're hanging our hat on. If you improve the structure, there's no need for that fee.
See, in contrast, the example I gave you the school district says, hey, if you add a bedroom, there's an impact fee. We're saying we don't care if you add bedrooms or do anything, as long as it complies with the current building code, which means it has sprinklers, there's no fee.
I see, so that whole sentence really is unnecessary in there. I was reading it. again.
Well, so Tim Kremen, John Hitchcock, and myself, and John, in consultation with Olivia Locke, wrote this. John Johnston weighed in as the fire marshal. I mean, you know, it's a form of art, but trust me, this is like the 20th rewrite of this whole thing. So, you know, in the end, I mean, it can still be improved, but, and I think what we're trying to do, what you haven't seen here, and John was working on, is the formulas that we would have that people could see, you know, how does it really pencil out? That would be in there. But, you know, I'll use the word benevolent. I mean, essentially the district's a benevolent, you're a benevolent board because you take into account that, hey, we don't need to do this because the reality of these different provisions in the fire code make it so that we see that we're going to be reasonable and allow that to kind of do what it does, which is make those safer buildings.
But to respond to Director Bernstein's point, and I would like Stephen's help on this, I think it's very important if we waive a fee, that we indicate the justification for waiving it. And that's why I see the sentence being written the way it is. The fees are waived because.
Well, actually, you have to do that, because you can't adopt an impact fee system and then willy-nilly give exemptions to it. The exemptions have to be based upon some fundamental premise, such as the premises that are set forth in the staff report, that since new residential construction will comply with the new fire code, which requires sprinklers, therefore there's no, there's no rational basis.
So let me read a number 2, because it's similar wording but not identical, just to be absolutely clear here. Is the third sentence of number 2 here on page 3. The credit will be based on the existing building's last designated use. If that structure complies, that structure doesn't mean the existing building, that structure means the new building.
Yes, that's correct. We might want to say if the new structure complies, so just to make that more clear.
Yeah, that structure would actually modify the existing building.
The new structure.
If the
Yeah,
new
so-
structure complies.
Yeah, so we would just add the word new.
And again, the whole purpose here is to say, is there an additional burden being placed on the fire district by this activity? And if there is, the Nexus study says the additional burden based on our professional analysis is X, Y, or Z, and then we as a board say, okay, it's going to be 50% of X or 70% of X or whatever, that's our discretion. But it can't be 150% of X.
The other thing that concerned me is I felt that, and we're maybe talking about 2 different things here, but that we really didn't address differentials in risk, which to me was really important if we're dealing primarily with medical kinds of medical calls. It could be fire also, but for example, certain businesses that have hazardous waste or things like that, or storage of those kinds of things, we didn't deal with differential. I know they pay an inspection fee and they pay some additional fees, but in terms of the likelihood, it also occurs to me, and I don't know if we have these statistics, that the risk, say to a high-density residential building, might be greater than the risk of a fire there, because there are just
More pots on the stove.
more pots on the stove. But no, I was thinking
Like, for
that
example,
when people are owners of buildings versus rentals, that maybe there's a different attitude toward maintenance or things like that. It just seemed to me that same thing with housing, if everybody has to be over 70 to live in that senior care facility, the amount of medical calls that we're going to be making are going to be a lot higher.
But if it's a new building, they're all sprinkled.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
But keep in mind that impact fees go to capital facilities as opposed to calls for service. In other words, you can't, the impact on service is not addressed through an impact fee. The impact fee addresses only the capital facilities that are necessary to provide services, fire stations, rolling stock, things of that nature. So yeah, you're probably right. There are different risk algorithms go into various land uses, no question about it. But whether or not those translate into capital facilities is a different question.
The other concern I had was that some of the risks that we're talking about really aren't addressed at all. For example, response time. I mean, it basically assumes that we're not gonna add any stations and so forth, but it's possible that we can't, what?
Go ahead.
Well, it's possible we can't fix response time on Willow Road and some of those places, and that we'll have to build more stations.
Which is standards of cover. So, you know, again, Libby's report is, you know, I look at it as two bookends, and everything in between will kind of have to work out. But this report, you're correct, it doesn't address that because it's not really intended. SOC will get more into existing response times, challenges, solutions, distribution, you know, types of apparatus, I mean, and suggestions on how to address what will come. But yeah, this report, again, basis of fact. And again, the finesse piece on implementation is up to you as the board.
If you have to build a bay another 20 feet longer because the ladder is longer to get to the 11-story building, that's a marginal impact that residential units shouldn't have to pay for. And it just seems to me that I was missing the nexus between certain specialized equipment, hazardous waste types of facilities, not hazardous waste, hazardous materials, or what do you call the hazmat types of?
Producers and generators.
But I think,
Exactly.
one of the aspects when it comes to fees and how they do this, again, you're looking at long-term and the general impact, and it does get spread out in essence over those, because you may build a office / R&D, and this year they may have hazardous materials in it, next year they may not. Then 5 years down the road they may, and then the next 5 years they may not. And the housing, you may build housing or apartments that is, you know, of a certain age, and then it sells, and then now we don't have that age group in there anymore. So really you have to look at the long term, which is what we're doing. We're looking at the lifespans of these buildings and the general impact that gets spread out, but still provide the service that's needed. And so they provide an impact based upon this building type in general, but the fees in essence do kind of get spread out as a whole in the service that we provide, because there will be change in use.
For example, the hazmat truck or whatever, was it come down from San Mateo or something now? I mean, that works fine maybe 5 years ago, but that doesn't work so fine maybe in 5 years, coming down 101 and so forth at rush hour, which means we may have to have that kind of a facility, that kind of a piece of equipment.
True, or not, because the larger facilities, I mean, yeah, they're gone. I mean, we don't have the Romex of the world, we don't have the Zoicons, we don't have all those facilities that were generators and producers and had, you know, high-risk facilities. So a lot of those facilities, very dirty facilities, where we've had significant fires, explosions, people dying, they're gone.
But that's what the impact fee is about, is if you look at that and you think that there will be an impact in the long term, that's what the money's for. It's either capital improvement to make a station that houses that unit, or you can buy the equipment with that money and specialized equipment if you need it. That's what the impact fee does. It says you can spend it for that.
Also, like Genentech, they have their own group that handles a lot of those.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're trained on site. So for us to respond, if we did have a Genentech,
Well, we have a Facebook, they've got that
They still
similar.
Well, we have an explosion.
They don't do
in
anything.
But they don't
biotech
have,
companies.
but they have,
and
they
then
have
there's
their
Bayer,
own,
you know, there's other
not all
facilities
of
with
them,
Civic.
they've got their own security and own safety stuff, but
Yeah,
it's
but
not to the
but
degree
they're
as
not,
Genentech.
they're not generators.
I
You know,
understand.
the one that, of everything left in the district, the thing that probably has the greatest unusual risk associated with it now is SRI.
Yeah.
And that's an existing use, and so you cannot apply an impact fee to an existing use. And if you look at M2, what we're seeing is a big shift from currently zoned light industrial to basically the offices and housing. So the issue that you've raised, if we were seeing the reverse, that they were rezoning it for light industrial or for manufacturing, then I think the staff would probably be coming to us and saying, okay, you know, we will look at the facilities and see whether or not they've provided a special capital requirement. The easiest example of a capital requirement is a 10-story building, where you currently have a 2-story building. You know, you can't do it without a ladder truck.
And that's the, you know, to be fair to David Bohannon and the Gateway Project, because this is kind of where this started. It was not the best experience, but, you know, where Bohannon had a point was, why do I have to pay for the difference between an engine and a ladder truck? Because that was what was being discussed and proposed. You know, he wasn't completely incorrect, but he wasn't completely right. It's like buying a house on the street, and you're the first one to buy the house, and there's a need for a fire hydrant, you know? What this does is it changes that to now everybody pays their fair share. And that's an important point. But if you have, again, on the commercial side, existing square footage, you get a credit for that. So it's really hard to argue that we're not being, you know, Libby, you tell me, you've seen a lot of these, and we're being very fair about what the board will charge for and see as an impact versus what it won't. Probably more fair than many of the cities that are charging fees for a variety of other things. So, you know, again, the staff report, you know, we've tried to bend over backwards, quite honestly, to make sure that we're being very sensitive to the concerns that we've heard, so that when we go to the jurisdictions, the answer is yes. And it's hard to say no, given, you know, what the board is willing to say is reasonable in terms of charging an impact fee.
Well, there's two things here that you've asked for, one of which is to accept the staff report. And I'd make a motion that we do.
Second that.
And then there's the second thing, which is to proceed with the implementation, and you know, once we deal with the motion that's on the table, then I can put that motion forward.
So that's also in the first part of the staff report. It gives you the bullet points there on page 1 that shows what we would do next. So it says in a below background, next steps. And then it basically, I mean, again, even if you give us direction to go forward, we would follow in logical order the bullet points to work in collaboration with the jurisdictions that we serve to make sure that they're, you know, we've answered all their questions, we've let them review the report, and they understand the provisions that the board is willing to put in place. Again, I don't want to get into the questioning the facts of Libby's report. We think that's a solid report.
Chief, the thing that's unclear to me, I have no problem with number 1, except when the report is presented.
Yep.
As I look at number 2, at some point, we're going to actually, as we do with other things, we're going to have a fee schedule that we actually is submitted to the board, and the board accepts that particular fee schedule. Correct?
Correct.
Now, I don't, you know, I understand the principles on top of page 3.
Right.
But those don't constitute a fee schedule.
That's correct. And so the first step was to get you to agree to the principles, and then we'll work through and show you the formulas or what would be the fee schedule.
So I think if you look at next steps, someplace in those bullets on next steps, there has to be a submission to the fire board of a proposed fee schedule. And then that fee schedule then needs to go to the jurisdictions for their consent and approval.
We'll add
And
that.
that step's missing here.
Yeah,
Right, no, I agree with
And
you.
I think that then allows Director Bernstein assurance that, hey, we're not signing off on a blank check here. This is going to come back, and there's going to be a fee schedule for every conceivable kind of construction.
Right.
And you've, on the top of page 3, you sort of said, these are the principles, but then when you and John and other people actually looked at it, you might say, item 2 on page 3, we need to expand it a bit, because there's 2 different kinds of new construction, non-residential new construction. There's a kind which may conceivably be hazardous material intensive. And then there's the kind which is office intensive. And you may or may not propose a different fee schedule for those two kinds of construction.
Sure.
But it will become, and that's why if we add that bullet point on the first page, once this first motion is dealt with, then I would make a motion to approve the implementation steps as amended.
I'll second that.
Well, we haven't dealt with the first one first.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's-
Which is, the first one is to
Is
adopt
to,
this.
accepts the report as
Accept the
presented.
report, yeah.
Right.
So we got a first and a second.
Call the question.
Chuck?
Let me make it clear here, though. I thought that the report, not the staff report, but the cycle report, did effectively have a fee structure embedded in it.
It has a permissive, it defines the permissive area that we can operate in, but it does not then establish a fee structure.
It's like a suggestion to the ceiling.
It establishes the ceiling,
Okay,
in
so
which you can later set a fee schedule.
what we would send into our jurisdictions, we wouldn't send that report, or we would send
No.
that report?
My sense, of going back to page 1 of the staff report, is that what we will do sooner rather than later is that the chief and fire marshal, et cetera, will develop a proposed fee schedule based,
That's under next steps.
consistent with the Nexus report.
Right.
So not to exceed what's in the Nexus report. That proposed fee schedule would come to us. We would say, yes, that's the fee schedule we want you now to take to the jurisdictions and get their consent and approval on.
So
And in
how-
the meantime, I think that we would be wise, and I think the chief is implying this, that there will be dialogue with each of the staff people and the jurisdictions about saying, here's the Nexus study, that shows you sort of the universe we're operating in, and we will be bringing to the fire board a proposed fee schedule. When it's approved by the fire board, we'll bring you the proposed fee schedule for you to present to your legislative body.
I'm sorry, would something go out before the fee schedule was ready or not?
Something, my sense, in reading between the lines, and the chief is gonna have to, is that what they would like to do is they would like to distribute the Nexus report and say, this is the framework that we're operating within. The next step will be that we will bring you a proposed fee schedule.
And to add to that, I'm just looking at the chief, I think we would want a letter to come from the chief along with it that would say, and the sense of the board of the kinds of considerations for implementation that you
The
would be
principles.
considering, the principles would be these three principles if you were to agree to them, so that that will alleviate some of the angst once the communities receive the Nexus report, and they won't just focus on the Nexus report, which.
We had that in here earlier on, and we took it out because we didn't want to make it confusing as to the statement. So we've already been working on what the formulas would be, but we didn't know if you were going to accept this, so we didn't spend a lot of time on the other part just because this was important for you. A, accept Disciples report, but B, the concept here that's being proposed.
So Harold,
The
when
motion is
can
on
we
the
get,
floor.
when do you think we'll get the fee, your fee structure?
As soon as John comes back next week, we've already been working on that.
Okay, and I know your motion's on, but I just want to make a friendly amendment because there's one little edit in here under item 2 where it says, the credit will be based on the existing buildings at last designated land use of the new if the new structure applies.
And I think you
No,
want to do it
no,
on
that
number
doesn't-
1 too, you want to do it
Yeah.
on number 1 too.
Well, that's part of the report that you want to accept, right? So I was going to ask
Oh,
for a
okay.
friendly amendment
Yes,
just to make it
yes.
clear grammatically.
Yes.
And then you can do it on number
1,
1 as well in the second
Um,
line, the end of the second line, I think it should say if the new structure complies,
Yes.
the same thing.
yeah, the same, just to make it clear grammatically.
All right, that is very good.
Thank you. So then the amended motion is to accept this report with those modifications.
Can I just ask the chief? I have a million comments. I mean, I've read this, I spent 3 hours on this and so forth. I mean, we can send it on and if you want. I'm gonna vote against it. I wondered, would the district be hurt somehow if this went to the finance committee and we came to our next meeting and had both the fee structure and the report together? I mean, have we lost time that's valuable in this?
Or
Well,
maybe move
I would
the
ask-
report forward and get the fee structure to the finance committee to see if that makes sense.
Well, the answer to the question, will the district be hurt, is go back to what Stephen said about 60 days after this has been submitted. You know, we get 1 or 2 big projects approved between now and the time this fee schedule is put in place. And folks, goodbye, it's not retroactive.
And they already
So
started
the
building
six-
apartment building out there.
You know, it's
And
not
the 60
retroactive.
days, the
You know,
60
time
days.
is of the essence.
Yeah, I just foresee that this is not gonna get passed because people will have the same feelings that I had about it.
Chuck, you know, our job is to serve the fire district. You know, we are not a proxy for the city councils. You know, they will do what they will do. We have to do what is in the best interest of the fire district. And trying to second guess the city councils is, I think, irrelevant. You know, they've been elected to do a job, they'll do it.
Well, if we could avoid the conflicts, I just think it might go smoother. but-
Avoid the conflicts. Give me one example where we avoid the conflicts by delay.
I just think there are things here that, in my opinion, are not theoretically correct.
That's the cycle report?
Yes. And-
I would encourage you to have discussions with the chief and with Lily about that.
Well,
But
I
in
think if we
essence,
vote, then the discussion, this goes just as it is.
doesn't mean it can't, you know, it can't, if there's an error, it can't, I mean, I would imagine that council would say, you know, if there's an error in here, we should find it and correct it. But
Yeah,
I don't wanna wait.
I want to clarify one thing on, distinction, something that you said, which I think is very important and I think was partially addressed, but the idea of this report is also to kind of keep it simple, stupid, I mean, just to be really honest about this report. So we're purposely maybe not getting into the detail that I can hear you would really like us to be getting into in this report, somewhat intentionally. And I'm happy to have a separate discussion with you about this, because I understand the questions you're asking, which are really good about, say, the hazardous materials, or why aren't we looking more specifically at the way these land uses might really impact the fire district? But to echo what you're saying, we're looking over a long horizon, and we're also trying to keep this simple enough, though I still think it's pretty technical, that kind of the average sort of person on the city council or the average person in the community is gonna kind of generally understand this approach, and that we're trying to be conservative and that we're trying to be fair. I mean, basically, that's the thing, is we're trying to be fair. And as soon as you get into too much detail, people get concerned you're not being fair, because, well, my building might not have hazardous materials now, just because it's industrial and there's a higher likelihood it might have hazardous materials, I'm getting penalized or whatever it is. And so, I don't know, for some of this is intentional, but if there is anything in this report that you feel, number one, is a mistake, we wanna clean it up, and number two, if we've omitted something too that you feel, in addition, is really critical to understanding it, we wanna make sure that we're clear. Because the point of this is to try to have this report be as clear as possible and as defensible as possible and as straightforward as possible. So I wanna make sure that it's doing that.
I think that the most immediate thing that people will glom onto is that it deals with cost impacts, but it does not deal with revenue impacts. And there are people there, and I know them on the city council because I've discussed this concept with them already, who believe that development will be a windfall for the district, and that we will be making money from development. I've already had an email exchange about exactly that topic. And,
But you see, this whole report addresses exactly that issue. The issue here is what's the incremental impact of the existing use versus the new
but
use.
it should be the net impact, not the gross impact. It should be.
That's exactly what we all focused on.
No, because it doesn't deal with revenue at all.
Oh. Chuck, look at page 3. Look at page 3. Page 3 says that when we're talking about existing facilities, being changed, you get credit for the existing facilities. So, you know, that's the,
I'm talking about net in terms of revenue and expense net.
okay, fine. Now we're gonna talk about operational versus capital. The property tax system generates the money that we need to operate. The fee impact system generates the capital that's needed to move to a new level of service required by an increased level of development. Those are two separate issues. And you can have all the discussions you want with people about the fact that they don't understand it, but that's their problem. That's not our problem. I understand it. This is not a revenue, we cannot make this a revenue-driven model. We have to make this an impact, this has to be an impact-based model. We can't say, oh, we've got a revenue shortfall, or we've got a revenue windfall. That's irrelevant to this issue.
I think it is a, if I might add, it is a reasonable concern, as I mentioned last month, that, you know, the city of Menlo Park specifically was looking at alternative ways to do this. So maybe if impact fees isn't it, then what? But, you know, my concern on that, as it was last month, to Director Bernstein's point, I understand the concern, but, you know, you get into what's the property tax allocation the district gets versus the jurisdiction. Well, in Menlo Park, we don't get transit occupancy tax, we don't get sales tax. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways that revenue is created for the cities, and it almost seems like they're blind to that when they come and look at the fire district's revenue. The other thing referenced last month in that presentation Director Irons and I both heard was, you know, what's the reserves of the agency. You know, we're changing the paradigm completely if we're looking at who's got a balanced budget and who doesn't have one, especially after a recession. But, you know, I don't know how we defend against some of those things. Again, I think to the fact of how an impact fee gets done, we as staff have tried to not mess with that at all. The methodology they use is the same one they use for other entities and for different types of impact fees associated with what a city would look at. So, you know, that's why I said Libby's report is the fact. You were really looking at the finesse and the staff report, and they're two different things. So, but I don't think, to Director Bernstein's point, I don't think it's a problem to have Libby come to the Finance Committee and if you have questions about the report, to do those things. Would it affect the timing? I don't think so, because we're still gonna have to go to the cities and give them the report. We're still gonna have to come up with the formulas, which we'll do. And, you know, there is a sense of urgency, and I'll look at John because he knows it better than I do, which is projects coming down the pipeline. I mean, we got a lot of big projects coming in the pipeline. When?
And
Pretty
even,
quick.
you know, delaying this, you know, for one more round of committees, what are we gonna, you know, I've read every single page of this report. You know, are things that, you know, might be stated differently or could, yeah, but it will not affect the bottom line, which is these are the ceilings beyond which you cannot go. Yeah, I don't think anything that you would change in this is going to change that bottom line. And we are proposing, the principles you're proposing are that we will operate well within those ceilings.
That's correct.
And so, spending time fine-tuning this while millions of dollars of construction is being approved is craziness.
By the way, let me just point out that oftentimes in situations like this, if there are pending developments, sometimes the jurisdiction that is contemplating an impact fee will include in the conditions of approval of that project the payment of an impact fee when that impact fee is actually adopted. So sometimes you can ensure that a project which is in the pipeline has conditions of approval attached to it that require it to pay the impact fee, even though that impact fee has not been adopted by the jurisdiction at that point in time or is still pending. I've seen that happen. The other point I want to make is that
But that would have to be a decision by the jurisdictions, not by us.
Right, exactly. And the second part of that comment is that what Seifel's done is baked you a very, it's maybe a poor analogy, but she's baked you a very technical, legalistic cake. And you can accept part of that cake through the policy decisions you make, to accept that you will impose fees on various types of development, or provide certain credits from charitable organizations, or provide credit for existing construction. The next jurisdiction that looks at this, it's going to adopt it, may also decide, that it's not a take it or leave it, they will also decide, do we want to provide additional exemptions? Because it's their fee that they're adopting. You've done the analysis, you presented to them, but they're going to adopt a fee, so they can make changes as well. So they can make further decisions to limit the amount of the cake they take, so to speak. They could reduce the amount of the fee. They could provide additional credits. All has to be legally defensible, but they can do that.
Rob?
Yeah, just like the chief told us, 2009, he didn't have the documentation that he needed in order to argue the specific points with the new construction aspect on the other side of the highway here with the Manhattan project. This gives the chief the justification for baseline to show exactly what we need relative to a 7-story building, a 10-story building. What do we need for a ladder truck? And that's why I think it's a very well written report. Sure, there's some subjection in there. I understand that. And the big thing here is the approval of the jurisdictions that have to hold our hand in hand, and go forward with these things. And shame on them, if they won't go forward and assist us in getting the additional fees because of the actual impact relative to public safety. So, I want to give you these tools so that you and your senior staff can negotiate with these cities and have that as a basis and a support. So.
Yeah, and I would just say, I would say absent progress with Menlo Park on this impact fee issue, I think it's imperative upon this board to take the hardest possible position on the environmental impact report for M2 and Connect Menlo. The only way that we can accept all of those changes is if there are, in fact, is an impact fee system put in place. And so it's not like we don't have leverage. Now, we're giving them a well-researched program that Seifel's done. We're proposing impact fees which are justified by that, but also more conservative than would be permitted. And the trade-off is that if they put that in place, we'd be pleased to be supportive on the impact study for M2 and Reconnect Menlo. If you don't do that, the only way that we're going to protect the interests of this fire district is making sure that when you do your final environmental impact report, you, the city of Menlo Park, have adopted suitable mitigations. This is a mitigation. And if they choose not to do this mitigation, then I think we're going to have to force them to do other mitigations.
So if we accept this report, then we could also give direction to staff to start putting together the fee structure, right?
Yes. So we included that in the revised.
Yeah, no, I know, but I.
Well, we're still on motion 1. We haven't got.
That's true, we still,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about, is accepting with the amendments. That's your motions that I'm.
Well, no, the report is presented, and then we talk about moving forward, and that's where I revise the next step.
Right, okay, I get that, okay, Chuck.
I just have one more quick question. And so for both the chief and Stephen, as I understand, the fee would be imposed at the time of issuance of a building permit.
Yes.
Some of the projects we're talking about, though, that are going through the pipeline are at the entitlement stage. They're not at the building permit stage. Is there any problem if a building's entitled, that doesn't guarantee it a certain building permit cost? I mean, that cost is only the cost in effect at the time the permit is sought.
That's right.
Okay. So the only project we have to worry about sneaking in under the wire are ones that go out and get a building permit in the next, say, 3 months or 6 months or something.
9 months, 12 months. This is what makes you
The
think.
problem is that the ordinance that is adopted by the city requires 2 readings, 30 days effective date. Plus you've got the other 60 days
And that could be,
for the fee requirement. So you've got a number of time limits built into this already, assuming it was ready
I
for
predict,
and
production.
that is.
Chuck, I predict it's gonna take us a year to get this in place. And during that period of time, there are some big projects coming down.
I think that's fair.
Okay, so, can we call the vote for
Motion
the
number
first
1.
motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All of, anyone opposed? So the motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 no.
I now,
Okay.
now move that we approve the staff recommended implementation provisions with the addition of the step of proposing a fee schedule to the fire board, which will then be reviewed, acted on by the fire board, and if approved, submitted to the jurisdictions.
And so just to be clear, the implementation process is the next step section in this report.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to.
After the first bullet.
Yes, okay, and so there's a motion and a
To,
second.
move forward these next steps as amended, with the
Right.
addition of the submission by the staff of a impact fee schedule for the board's review and approval.
An agreement, sorry, can you just add, an agreement on the principles that are in those 3 bullets with the
That's been
suggested language?
That was in motion
That
one.
was the first
That was
motion.
motion one.
Yeah, so that's been passed.
Okay,
This
that's
is
good.
the second
Sorry, I
motion
misunderstood.
for the
Okay.
next steps to add in the fee schedule,
Okay. Got it, sorry.
to put together the fee schedule.
Okay.
But as I understand, that's a separate step. The report would be sent first and the fee structure would follow later.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And actually, the fee schedule or fee structure would come to the board first.
Yes.
So when would that be?
June.
Okay. Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Chuck, do you have anything? Okay.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes 4 to 1. Thank you, Libby, for doing this.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Nice
Take a
job.
5-minute break. Please.
Of course.
Thanks.
You have to change the tapes at all?
No more kids.
Right on.
You send out the pizza?
It's been about
You know,
3
we-
hours. No, I was like.
That's coming next week.
Said that we can reconvene here. Peter's on plan.
We're on.
We have a quorum. And so, we are done with item 6, which means that we will go back to item 4 on the public hearings portion of the agenda, which is to conduct a public hearing to consider and discuss the proposed budget for fiscal year 2015-16 and full-time equivalent staffing level. So I'm gonna open it to public hearing, to public comment. There's no one here from the public, so I will close public comment. And now we can just consider and discuss the fiscal year 2015-16 proposed budget in the FTE staffing level. Kathy?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. So the 15-16 proposed annual budget is presented here today. The fiscal year budget is balanced with a projected surplus of $651,000. The budget includes a $2.5 million transfer to the CIP reserves, Station 4 in particular. The CIP reserve is used to fund the fire station's construction and improvements. The primary source of the fire district revenue is property tax, we all were just discussing. It represents 92.4% of district revenues. And the growth in the assessed property values did continue to improve in fiscal year 14-15. And we also see signs that new development is coming, like we've all been discussing. The district revenues are well supported by local economic conditions. Okay, the next slide is number 3, and what that is kind of a high-level overview of the proposed annual budget. So we have 7 columns. We have estimated revenue totals of $37,347,000, And then estimated expenditures, total expenditures of 37.5 million. That includes the transfers in and out of the general fund into the debt service to pay debt service, and also 2.5 million going to the capital improvement project reserve. In addition, we have the other column that says allocation to PERS stabilization. We expect that the difference between the 41% safety amount that's budgeted versus the 20% estimated cost should allow us to transfer a minimum of 2.5 million into the PERS rate stabilization. Okay, so the next slide, just want to tell you a couple of revenue assumptions that we use for the projected tax growth rate.
What number are you
You know what, it's
Oh, I'm on
handout,
number
it's a handout.
Number 4?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
This
it's handout.
one, it's this one right here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I just wasn't sure what number she was talking.
I'm on 4 right now.
That is big 4 or little 4, I'm sorry.
Page 4, little 4, I don't know, is there a big 4 somewhere?
It's in the lower right-hand corner of the slide, is that what?
Okay.
Yeah, lower right-hand corner of the slide on the handout.
Okay, thank
Not
you.
the page, not the page.
It's on page 2 of the handout, but it's the lower, if you're looking at that little teeny number,
That's right.
that's the sequence that Kathy's with.
Okay, so tell you a couple of revenue assumptions that we use for the proposed budget. That the projected tax growth rate is 4%, which is in accordance with the Finance Committee recommendation and board approval. The ERAF rebate is not included in our revenue projections. They're supposed to be considered one-time funds and not ongoing operating revenue. So if we go to the next page, we have general fund revenues broken down, a little more drilled. So we have ongoing property tax increasing to 4%. The total proposed is 37.1 versus the adjusted 1415, which was 39.5. And that difference is the, basically the ERAF rebate. That is the difference between the adjusted and the proposed. Next page, 6, is general fund expenditures. We have, on this page, if you look at the last column, we have the increases and decreases. And the 2 largest increases are wages and other operating expenditures, which I'll talk about on the next slide. And also, I wanted to have you note the CalPERS unfunded liability payment that we made in the adjusted 1415 column for $12 million at the very bottom. Second line from the bottom on page 6, slide 6, I should say. So the 871 that's next to that for proposed 1516, that is the amount we are required to pay CalPERS for the unfunded liability, and that has to be paid in the paid prior to the first payroll in July of 2015, so right away. Okay, if we go to the next slide, 7, the wages increased by 12% from the 1415 adjusted budget. The adopted budget was adjusted to increase overtime and workers' compensation and decrease in wages and stipends. So basically, and then next year, and open positions for 1415 will be filled in 1516. That'll bring the wages and benefits back to the typical or appropriate level. Also, the deputy chief and administrative services manager positions were filled in 1415, but we were halfway through the year, so there was also a decrease related to that for the 1415 adjusted wages. Another reason for the increase was the successor MOU for the AFSCME representative group. The increased wages effective, they have increased wages effective January 2015, and then another increase January 2016, and both of those are incorporated in the wages. On the next page, we have continuing of the proposed expenditures. So another variance to note is the retirement decreased by 5% in fiscal year 15-16. And that was primarily attributed to the amendment MOU for the AFSCME representative group. So they are actually paying the employer portion, part of the employer portion. I'm sorry, they're paying the employee portion total. Let's see, the last notable variance is in the other operating expenditures, which increased by approximately 22%. That was primarily due to postponing the purchase of the fire truck and the prepayment of the fire engine. So we did pre-order the engine, and it should be complete and delivered by September of 2015. And the truck, I'm sure we will review related to that standards of coverage.
Correct.
So the 15-16 CIP fund, we have the sources of funds, which is the current reserve balance, 18.3 million. We have the transfer showing coming from the general fund for 2.5 million for fiscal year 15-16. The total expenditures, anticipated expenditures, is 3.4 and 3.5 million. And included in those expenditures is the completion of Station 2 and the beginning construction of Station 6. The next page, or the next slide, 10, 5-year capital improvement plan summary. So the left column is the list of stations to be replaced or improved in priority order. This was from the, 2012 report that we had received, talking about which stations needed what, and so we put them in priority order. So currently, as you know, we're working on Station 2, will be completed in this fiscal year. Station 6 will be completed in next fiscal year, 15-16. Station 6 will begin in 15-16. And what we have here is the a 5-year improvement plan summary. So this shows if we do everything in the priority order that it is at this time, we will spend, by the end of the 5-year period, we'll spend about 22.8 million. And currently we do have the reserve fund of 17.3. We'll have another 10 million if we continue to do the 2.5 million per year for 5 years. So we'll have another 10 million, so it'll be about 27 million to cover this portion, next 5 years.
Could you repeat that again?
Sure.
Which 2.5 million are you talking about?
Oh, the transfer that we have, let's see, what slide is that on? Slide number 3. If you have the transfers in and out for the capital improvement projects, slide number 3 is the proposed annual budget.
I see.
We have that 2.5 million transferred from the general fund to the CIP. So if we continue to do that every year for the next 5 years, which is what this horizon is, we would have a total of 27 million. And at this point, we're showing 22 million being the projected expenditures for the next 5 years on these particular stations. It is brought to date with current 2015 costs that we determined using Station 2 as a guide and the things that we've learned from Station 2. So basically though, the point of this is to show that we do have a good reserve to do these projected increases at this time, or to do these projects at this time, or by the next 5 years, excuse me. And, sorry, it's getting late. Oh, I did want to say though, these costs in here probably will increase. They are only for the replacement value of the existing stations, so it's not talking about any, you know, extra property that's going to be purchased, or making a larger station or adding square footage. Okay, the next page is the ending fund balances or the reserves. I think the major ones that we are interested in are the budgetary deficit, which is 18 million. That's half of our operating revenue, and that is what the best practice is to have half your annual operating revenue funds in a reserve. Then we've got the apparatus and equipment replacement, which is a total of 7.2 million currently. And the appendix B in the budget document listed all the,
I have a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Chief?
Sir.
Under apparatus, I know, the last slide. Under apparatus, does that, we have 2 ladder trucks?
We have one primary, one reserve.
Okay. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay.
I know there's one that's.
Well, it's budgeted, but we deferred it because we don't have a station.
Right. It's just getting late.
I know.
It's
It's
hard to tell the player we're out of program sometimes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, so the total of those 2 reserves is 7.2 million. The appendix B in the back of the budget shows a list of all apparatus and equipment that totals 9.2 million using March 2015 values, replacement values. And then the next one to look at is the one we just discussed, capital improvement project reserves, and that is, like I said, 17.3 million, which is approximately 23 million. Oh, we will need approximately 23 million or more to replace the remaining stations that are requiring updates or replacements. Any questions? Question was really fast.
I wouldn't even dare. Thank you.
Chuck?
No, we looked at this at the finance committee, and I got to ask all my questions. Dan, I think, I appreciate the formatting of the numbers, all working out, and adding up in columns and so forth. So, I don't have any, the only thing I want to just say is, I think this capital, reading the report we just got about capital needs, I'm hoping we can discuss the capital budget, because it may be that the 2.5 million, while it's fine because we've already got 17 million in there, I'm not sure it's enough going forward. It looks to me like to keep this sustainable, we're gonna have to be spending 4 to 5 million a year for capital improvements in the future, so.
Yeah, and I'd like to, bring that up after we've done the adopted budget, so that for next fiscal year.
But I also remind you that the 2.5 million that was there was a projection based on a lot of current assumptions, not based on what's actually gonna happen.
By what's gonna happen, you mean ARAF money and some of that stuff?
No, upzoning and all that other stuff.
Oh, no, I'm just talking about what we're setting aside as 2.5 million.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just
I thought you
saying,
were talking about the earlier report that had 2.5 million estimated for
no,
impact.
it's this one, she's
Okay,
showing
I'm
us
sorry.
4 to 5 million a year, and we're only putting 2.5 million in, but we've got a big pot.
Okay.
And
The
that,
other, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but that goes back, when we set that number years ago, it was based upon also what we could afford at the time, knowing that the number needed to grow, to your
You mean
point.
the 2.5 million?
Yeah, but at a point where, you know, we were in, the economy wasn't as good as it is now, how's that? I mean, we knew it had to be larger, but that was as big a chunk as we could put aside at that point.
And that's the
That was
amount
a
that we're
couple years
budgeting.
ago,
I'm
right?
sorry.
2012-ish. Did we?
Actually, all the way back to
2011?
2010 is
Yeah.
when we started doing some of these things, so.
Yeah, 'cause they're, okay.
And, you know, as you just mentioned, the ERAF rebate, that did get bumped into this reserve this current fiscal year, so.
And there's every reason to think that it will occur again, although I know we're not supposed to
Exactly.
count on it.
That's correct.
Okay, so that is, I guess, the first public hearing on this. Thank you, Kathy.
Don't we have to take a vote to approve it? At the first
Accept.
step?
Accept
We're
the
accepting
report,
it, yeah,
which is not accepting the budget,
right.
but accepting the report. The budget will come to us in June for formal approval, I think, is that the way it works?
Can I move then to accept the report?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous vote? Okay, so now we are on to the reports and requests section of our agenda. Item 7, and so I'll just do a brief president's report. I know Peter's gonna probably wanna go in his liaison report. But essentially, we were all at the April 29th meeting, I think, of the joint meeting with Atherton, which I thought was a productive meeting. And out of that, the council was invited to attend the U-Star warehouse tour, which they ended up doing. And really, that's one other sidebar thing that's really not fire district related, but kind of fire district related, because I've reported on it before, is the Pulse Point app that we're trying to get out to we launched countywide. The Girl Scouts and have been meeting here to volunteer to update the OES database with the registry of AED, so that's been really good. They're very happy. They wanted me to thank you, Chief, for allowing them to come here.
Easy.
So that was the Girl Scouts from
Easy
Menlo
one.
Park and the Red Cross Club from Sequoia High School and helping them. And so it looks like we're making good progress, or they're making good progress. I'm just here to be their cheerleader. Okay, other reports and requests from the directors,
Oh, I have a few.
please.
On April 23rd, I attended the Silver Dragon exercise, and I got a tour of the operational trailer there, and I was very impressed with the doctor's communication system there. Top notch, and I went to two other areas, one over in Half Moon Bay, and the other one over in Redwood City, and our cert is high among any of the other two that I visited that day. So, hats off to you, Chief Navarro. I think they came under your group before. Then on April 25th, there was Volunteer Day at Flood Park. I was there with Warren Slocum and Rich Gordon. We cleaned the park there, and it was all the employees that were from Comcast that volunteered there too, to clean up that park. Of course, the joint Atherton meeting that I attended with everyone else here. On April 30th, there is the 100 Club, which is San Mateo County, which is the law enforcement's memorial fund that's set up through donors and public safety people within the community. On May 7th, Palo Alto had an emergency preparedness group, and they're coordinating, I think it's next week, Chief,
Yes.
with the
I emailed you, and Ryan and Jim Stevens are gonna be there.
Doing the max training,
Oh,
multi-agency coordination.
and then there was the police memorial service I attended on May 7th. And of course, Chuck and I attended the California Special Districts Conference on the 19th and 20th. I attended the LAFCO meeting in the afternoon, and they passed the budget, and I'll give this to Michelle if she wants to distribute it. And I also that night attended the pre-medical JPA, and they passed that budget also. I've got the handouts for that too. Thank you.
Brett?
Nope.
I didn't go anyplace.
Okay. Peter?
Nothing new?
Chuck?
Let me ask, is this, where it says request, is this where we request something to be on a future agenda? Is it now, or is it?
We have a whole proposed agenda section,
So can I bring it up then?
Yeah.
Okay, I know we can't.
Yes, typically what we use this portion of the agenda for is if you have requests for information to staff, et cetera.
Okay. But let me just say, I want to thank the district for sponsoring me at the California Special Districts meeting. I have actually a lot to say on it, which I won't do tonight in the interest of time. But I'm gonna write up a little report and submit it for the next meeting agenda. But were just some interesting things. I learned a lot there, and I think there's some things, questions that it raised in my mind. And California's gonna be very interesting, I think, in the next year. Ironically, just at the time when more money is coming in and the budgets are swelling, people's hands are starting to go out. And so we're gonna see a measure on the ballot to kind of end Prop 13 for commercial properties and so-called split roll proposal, and a number of interesting things. I don't know how that will affect the district, but there's lots of kind of turmoil going on in terms of that, so it'll be interesting to see how that affects our finances. And I have other reports in terms of finance.
Well, one other thing, I would like to just comment that the CERT exercise that Director Bernstein sort of described, which gave him a sort of a unique opportunity to sort of see how all the pieces worked. And I just wanted to thank him for that. Because,
let me add, it was very interesting to actually work the radio. I didn't work the radios, but I accompanied them. And I was glad to see we had representatives of East Palo Alto. I was going to mention that in my East Palo Alto report, but they used two people from the CERT organization there, Dennis Parker and Robert Jones. He was the operations coordinator, logistics coordinator, I guess. No, operations. And Dennis Parker was the radio, Net Central on the radio and stuff. So it was nice to see an exercise in East Palo Alto that actually utilized East Palo Alto residents as leaders of it.
Okay, so before we go on to committee reports, I do want to just take a moment to let Director Solano know that we are deeply sorry and express our condolences to the passing of your wife, and our thoughts are with you and your family, and if you need anything, please reach out to us.
Thank you.
Okay, Brett, committee.
Right, we talked a little bit about the strategic plan. We also talked about reorganization, and we did a little bit different training program for the CERT program. And that's kind of in the works. And anything else you want to add?
I would like to add something that just, the committee, and we don't really have a formal procedure for doing this, but I want to record it because it relates to something I wrote on the ad hoc committee relating to procedures. That the committee essentially asked me to serve on a ad hoc committee dealing with the strategic plan. So I met with Chief Stevens last week to discuss that. And I mentioned that because in theory, we're only supposed to attend meetings that everybody's invited to, and we'll discuss that later on. But I just wanted to disclose that I did meet with Chief Stevens to discuss that, and it wasn't a meeting that was, in the sense everybody was invited to, but I was very encouraged that the district does seem to be interested in stressing volunteer involvement in emergency services. And I'm not sure how, if responsibilities are changing. I know Manny has been responsible for it. I don't know if Chief Stevens is, I don't know exactly what the assignment is, but I know that he, among other duties he has, was very interested in pushing that, had a lot of good ideas about things that could be done. And I really felt encouraged that there was an interest. So, thank you.
Okay, Finance Committee.
Everything that we discuss is actually, we've already discussed or we will discuss in a future item.
Okay, and there was no strategic planning committee, to my knowledge. Because I was gone a lot. Okay, liaison reports, Menlo Park,
No.
East Palo Alto.
I already gave it.
Okay, Atherton,
I think I already covered, yeah.
well, you wanna talk about the tour? Cause I thought that was informative, didn't you, for them?
Yeah,
Just briefly.
as a fallout from the joint meeting, the Atherton mayor was invited to come see the USAR building, and that invitation got extended either by him or by the town manager to other people, and we ended up with three people there. And it just, I thought it went well, but it raised an interesting question that I'm not sure we've really come to grips with yet, which is, what's the relationship between an ECC and an EOC? And particularly for a town that's as lean on the ground as Atherton, if they've only got 4 police officers on shift and 1 town manager, is it conceivable that they could both put somebody in their ECC and also somebody, in their EOC and also in our ECC? So, once again, it points out some of the challenges of being a fire district from multiple jurisdictions, because the whole state system is based on state, county, city structure, and does not appropriately recognize the role of special districts, particularly fire districts. Just something for us to think about in the future in terms of how, and maybe what we end up doing is creating a virtual operating center. But that assumes connectivity, which may be the only thing we don't have. So, useful to have done it,
They seem to be impressed too.
yeah.
Didn't realize.
Yeah, I
the
gave the chief some feedback in terms of, I think I would have structured it slightly differently, et cetera, but we may have the chance to do it again. And I think we need to think carefully when we're dealing with those local jurisdictions about, they're looking at it from their perspective. And how does that resource fit into what they are? So, I'm not sure we had good answers for that.
Can I just add on a few words? I thought that they learned a lot too. They didn't realize the resources they had too.
Yeah, well, everybody that's exposed to that is very impressed with
Yeah.
it.
Can I just ask a question? I've never seen that. Is that something that, is it possible to see it?
Sure it is,
Yeah.
absolutely. Is that
I
right?
forgot
You've
that you
never been
hadn't
over
seen
there?
it.
No.
Wow.
I've seen
You
the,
need to
How did we
see
miss
it.
that one?
I've seen
Yeah,
the
I know.
outside of the building, but I've never.
We'll make sure you get the cook's tour.
Maybe if you could just include me the next time you do take a
Sure.
tour there.
No, I would,
Do your own.
I think you should schedule your own.
Wow.
It is one of the most important resources that we have, and it's very important, I think, that you have the opportunity to see it and not be impeded by other people who are looking at it from a city perspective, you know, you should go look at it from a fire district perspective.
We'll set that up.
It is a jewel. It is an absolute
But I
jewel.
was more intrigued, having worked in the mobile one during the CERT exercise, and then wondering what more could be there.
Oh, there's a lot more.
Oh, gosh, you're
I've seen the
the tip of
police,
the
I've
iceberg.
seen the police department one in Menlo Park, but I wasn't, yeah.
Okay,
That's
that's
not
gonna happen.
Well, not compared to the site, the warehouse.
We'll bring down the urban area security initiative, the thing like 4 city blocks where you can go in there and
You'll really be
crawl
impressed,
around and
Chuck.
stuff. 2 different stories, Chuck. I mean, it's like a 2-story type response vehicle.
Okay, Rob, San Mateo County, anything besides working the flood park cleanup with Warren?
And I saw Don yesterday at the JPA meeting too. And I think we're okay, aren't we, Chief?
Nothing I'm aware of there's a problem with over there.
They're saying everything's fine, so I'm assuming that we're good.
Great,
That's a big one. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So item 13, Chief, your report.
So you have my report. The only 2 things, if there's any difference on Atherton, let me know. And on the second part, where it refers to City Gate, and you'll see it later on in the agenda under consent, we're asking for some additional funds. Hopefully that explains why those additional funds are being requested, because it gets into a time-based distance and speed ability for us to utilize that data versus what was there before on traffic counts that the cities typically have. So with that new software that Citygate has found and those additional funds, and we can actually get a very kind of exciting, accurate model on speed data for fire equipment, which is I think more relevant than traffic count. So that's it.
Chuck?
I have a question about that, Chief. I'm just looking, I don't quarrel with the additional expenditure. I think it makes sense. But you had a line here where it said, on that item, the last sentence in that section on
Yep.
page 3 says, Citygate is not charging more time to write up the congestion data as part of our report.
That's correct.
So I don't understand what the more money, if they're not.
So they have to buy the software and they have to run it through a GIS, or GIS folks. That's not their people. But Citygate, to write the report, kind of as a pilot, has said, all the time that we spend on looking at this data, writing the narrative, we're not gonna charge you for it.
I see.
Because they're also excited about the opportunities that this kind of brings for them as doing analytics that they've never been able to do before. I mean, really, this question specifically on Willow, Marsh, and University, we've been going back and forth on what would be the best way. I mean, they realize, and you'll see it next month, that's a big issue because it's the connectivity piece, right? So, you know, they've been spending a lot of time, we've been hitting it home with them to where they finally, I think, figured this out and now can do things or think they have a way to do things they've never done before.
So this represents their out-of-pocket costs, essentially?
Correct, so they're,
Okay.
yeah, so they're, you know, to buy the software that they've recommended here, that costs money,
Okay.
which we then get for a year, so.
Sure.
I had just a comment, Chief. I'm not involved in this, but it just was a suggestion on this Team 100 meeting. I read the minutes and so forth. I just have a suggestion, particularly because I was so encouraged by the district's interest in kind of mobilizing volunteers and residents. I'm hoping that maybe the 100-year thing could be both a celebration of the past, which it should be, and a look forward to the next 100 years in terms of maybe a kickoff for a campaign for people to be prepared and to include preparations kind of activities, not just a celebration of the past, but a kind of, I don't know, a kickoff for something in the future too. So I hope you would take that idea back to the next meeting.
Yeah, we can do that, we can talk about that.
Thank you.
Any comments on the chief's report? And we'll get to the consent calendar.
Move to approve the consent
Well,
calendar.
I just wanna make, hold on, regarding the minutes, just some, I forgot to mention this to you, very minor changes but important changes before we can,
Well,
so.
the motion hasn't been seconded
Second,
yet,
right.
and then we can discuss it. So, motion to approve the consent calendar.
I need to pull item 16.
Second.
Okay. Pull item 16.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I have just a very brief comment, I'm in support of it, but I'd like to pull item 17 so I can just make a comment.
Okay. Mine's easy, Michelle. Regarding the minutes, because I was participating via teleconference, Director Solano as vice president called the meeting to order. And also for the reportable actions from closed session, he was also the one, as the vice president and presiding director, he was the one who stated that there was no reportable action from the closed session. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so motion to approve minus items
So
16,
the
17.
consent calendar,
Yeah.
motion to approve consent calendar items 14, 15, and 18.
Yes. Second. All in favor?
Aye. And then I move to approve item 16.
And I'll recuse myself.
Second.
All in favor? Discussion?
Aye.
Did you have, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And one
One
recusal.
abstention.
Motion to approve item 17.
Thanks, Manny.
I'll second the motion to approve item 17.
And then
See you,
you want
man.
to
Is
speak
there
to it.
discussion?
Yeah. I have just one comment and one quick question that a citizen asked me, and I just wanted to ask about it. These designations that we're approving, I'm in support of this, we discussed it at the finance committee meeting. And I just want to make the point that this is a work in progress, and after hearing the discussion today about capital and the need to deal with this, one of the things that I've been pushing very hard is to have buildings, equipment, and what's the other one, and vehicles, all in a capital thing. I think Peter seemed at least to be in general.
Yes.
So we're moving in that
Totally.
direction. Right now, we've got them separate accounts here, because this is the general fund. But I'm just trying to make the point that I don't see this as the permanent long-term thing, that this is fine for right now, and that's as far as we've gotten. So that was my comment. But the question that I wanted to ask, that somebody asked me about, with regard to overtime, was this where the overtime fund was? Or,
Oh, the compensated absences?
yeah,
No, the overtime is not, there is no overtime.
that was in the budget discussion, so maybe I've lost my chair. So let me just make sure I understand the theme of deployment. That basically is where we cover the float on the reimbursement from them, is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do we ever come close to 3 million?
My understanding is their recommendation, FEMA's recommendation that we have the 3 million in case of a large deployment at any particular time.
I see, but we don't really come close to that.
Did we come close to Katrina?
Katrina was $1.4 million, I think it was. And we did advance fund because, but they're, you know, you give FEMA some credit here, they're able to reimburse much more quickly than before.
And we're requesting it more.
Right,
as well.
and yeah, we're right on it, because we've done it enough times, with, you know, Amy and others are right on FERIPA, right on top of it. So, yeah, 3 million's a lot, but I think they're looking at, you know, how many days are you gonna go out if you have not just a task force, maybe a water rescue team or an element, other elements, so
Well, we
that's
also
the number,
we
they
also
set.
support the ISD.
Right, it's a support team personally.
Does anything ever stay in there because it's being disputed or discussed back and forth and it takes a while to resolve it?
Years ago, there was more disputes. Now the program's so well delineated we really don't run into those issues anymore because
Well, the other part of it
there's no
is
variance.
that from our standpoint of view, the people that work here have done enough. They pretty much don't make a whole lot of mistakes. They know what needs to be done, what's acceptable, what isn't, and what's questionable. So when we first put in for the wages and stuff, I don't think we've ever had one, we had one kickback at the very beginning and that was it.
Yeah.
For the most part, they just know, from experience, what's the right thing to do and how to word it and put it in the paper.
Well, we actually set an ADP pay code as soon as you deploy.
Yeah.
So we'll create whatever the incident name is, we'll go into it as an ADP pay code, and then they'll just select that, and that's, so there's proper tracking.
And are there ever issues, this is my last question, about whether, say, overtime was merited or not merited, or they should have used another person to do it?
No.
You know, originally, those things were discussed, but that's all been agreed on by FEMA. So, you know, they know that they're paying the straight pay, and then the overtime pay or half pay wherever that's gonna be. So whether that's the person who's on their day off and on the deployment, or whether it's back here covering that position for the district. And that person is, you know, should have been on duty here. They cover all that.
And again, that's because we have good staff. Even with other agencies, they have the schedules on, and they know what shifts the guy that's out deployed, what he was on, so they look down the schedule and go, he was working today, so he doesn't get paid, and he was off that day, so he has time and a half, and they keep pretty close track of it.
Have we, with the practice deployment in Alaska,
Yep.
that we had, are we pretty much, they're all caught up with our reimbursements and everything?
Oh, yeah.
Relative to all that
That's
stuff?
done.
Nothing's in the.
Frank was done for Washington. I mean, those,
Yeah. It used to be that there was a long lifetime.
9 months.
You know, that's when we set
Was
this thing
getting
out there.
fired.
And two things have happened, one of which is, you know, the staff that we have here are just superb in terms of doing good record keeping and understanding the rules. And we and the other 27 teams have, I think, really pushed FEMA hard to be more responsive. And so they cleaned up their act.
Yeah.
It used to be that stuff would get sent in, get sent back, squabbled about, because there were a lot of issues that hadn't been resolved. And as the chiefs pointed out, all those things now sort of work their way through. People know what the rules are, and we are now getting reimbursed on a timely basis, but timely is not the next day. And for example, we still have some civilians who deploy with the task force, and a number of them don't get picked up, you know, their companies don't, you know, when they get deployed, you know, they're put on leave. And so when those people come back, we felt an obligation that we had to pay those people promptly, because they were basically out of pocket.
Hardship. So if you can file under a hardship clause and we'll pay you.
Okay.
So as a civilian, to Director Carpenter's point, if I have my own business, but I just went I'm gonna be on a multi-week deployment, I'm not bringing in any money. So how do I pay my mortgage, my bills and so forth? So they can file for a hardship and we pay them. But, you know, to Peter's point too, the system now is so good that we actually, when the state auditors came in here looking at wildland deployments, suggested they just adopt the federal model. Because the federal model is so good that the state actually is terrible in how they pay compared to what the feds do, which used to be the other way around.
Do we use the same crew for the wildland deployments?
Sometimes it can be some of the same people, but, you know,
I don't mean I meant the people doing the paperwork.
Oh, the people doing the paper, no, John Hitchcock does our wildland, and it goes to the state, and the state can spend 9 months reimbursing you.
And they reimburse us for overtime and all that?
Well, when you say over, there's a schedule. So our deal under the feds is a much better deal than it is as a state resource.
So we're not maybe 100% reimbursed by
No,
the state?
I wouldn't say we're 100%. I mean, there's times when we're close, but, you know, because of the admin fees. But for example, in the first 24 hours, if they're sent back and it's under 24 hours, it's free.
Yeah.
So we literally have been at 23 hours and 50 minutes and missed Which I always said, I don't know why you guys didn't, why you drove so fast, because, you know, if it just gone at 24 hours and 1 minute, we would have been paid. And so that, we burned our time, our people's time, we burned our diesel, you know, all that. But that's the rules of the state.
And the good news is that the utilization rate by the state of our resources for wildland is going down, because they find that there are cheaper ways to get people on wildland than paying us what they have to pay us. And, you know, that's probably okay. The only loss on our part is that our people don't get the experience.
Any other questions or comments?
You need to accept 17.
I think there's a motion already.
There is a motion, so, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
And let me just pick up on Director Bernstein's point as a work in progress. You know, the Finance Committee and Kathy are working very closely together. You know, we hope this time next year, when we're considering the budget for the following year, that we're gonna have a somewhat different format, that it's gonna be more understandable. We are gonna segregate capital things from operating things. But that's gonna take us a while to get from here to there.
Thank you. So now we're at item 19 under proposed agenda items. And these are as written in the staff report that these are proposed agenda items, and the board can vote up or down as to whether or not we want to move forward with them on the regular agenda. Here.
Yeah, I would like at some point to have a discussion, and perhaps it's gonna be partially covered tonight when we look at our board policy manual. The board policy manual is quite clear in terms of what are the roles and responsibilities. And there's I think we need to make clear what the role of the liaisons are with respect to the jurisdictions that we've assigned liaisons for. And it's a bit confusing to them when they get sort of approached by the liaison on one issue and by somebody else on that or another issue. So that's my concern. And it may be discussed sufficiently this evening when we come to board policy. And if not, then I think we ought to come back and discuss it at a future meeting to make sure that we properly assign the responsibilities to both the board president and to the liaison, and there's no unintentional and confusing overlap between those two.
Okay.
Do these require a motion then to be put out?
Well, do we want to?
Stephen, I think
We'll take it up tonight. A motion to put it on the agenda or not?
I'll make a motion to put it on the agenda.
I'll gladly second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? Yeah, because I'm I'm abstaining, because I look at agenda item 20, and that encompasses what I think Director Carpenter's concerns are, I think. And I think that that's one issue that is part of a broader issue that was discussed in a previous board meeting regarding board decorum. And so I have been talking with, or speaking with our legal counsel, who actually, somewhat encouraged that we look at these because of communication issues and challenges that we've had with amongst ourselves and with the staff. And so the goals would be, they're identified, there are 6 here, which is to identify individual communication styles, improvement between board members, communications, improvement of communication between board members and district staff, build openness and collaboration and the ability to interconnect with each other, enhance participants' ability to maximize their personal influence and manage relationships in a positive manner, and achieve greater familiarity of and ensure a consistent, clear, and unified interpretation of the district's district's policies and procedures. So, I know that legal counsel has had previous clients that have gone through this exercise with, I think, some success. I'd like Steve to kind of talk about that, and so just, this is, the cost range is what they gave me based on their previous clients going through this training exercise, which, you know, could be, I think, quite beneficial. I'm hearing that there's conflict in various committee meetings and obviously different interpretations of the board's policies and procedures. But, you know, I am totally open to what this board wants to do. But I would like Mr. Myers to just kind of cover some of the issues that he has seen and you know, what other agencies have done this similar kind of training and exercise.
Well, very briefly, because this is a question of whether or not you want to have this as an agenda item to discuss further, but I will tell you that, that in my experience representing dozens and dozens and dozens of deliberative bodies over my career, that there are occasions where there's communications issues between board members. I think I've noticed some with this board. It's not unusual, it's very common. And oftentimes we've seen where these outside consultants come in who talk to board members in a very candid and open fashion about the means of communication, what they say, how they say it, what they expect out of each other, what they expect out of staff. They're very effective. And I'm not a touchy-feely type of person, but I have noticed that they've been very, very effective in helping elected boards work better together. So when I was asked the question by the board president about issues that are coming up, I suggested that one thing that the board might want to consider is some sort of team building exercise, whether it's with a consultant or otherwise. If it's with a consultant, there's a range of fees that they charge for this sort of stuff. It's not significant in the great scheme of things. Oftentimes having an outside person do this is much more effective than doing it yourself, but that's another way of doing it. So I think the question is, do you want to talk about this in any further detail? If you don't, fine. But if you do, then your board president is suggesting this be an agenda item. There's additional information that could be developed and provided to you if you want. I do think that it is something you ought to consider, and as I said, based upon my experience with many, many boards, elective city councils, boards of supervisors, special districts, oftentimes these sorts of exercises can result in very positive outcomes.
And I just want to add that I'm really just trying to help out here. I'm not trying to push an agenda or politicize a process. This is really just observations and comments I'm getting back. So Rex, you were gonna.
So moved.
Is there a second?
But let's be clear, move to have a discussion
To move
about
it, yeah, to move it on to.
Move that, put it on the agenda.
Yeah, regular.
I'll second
agenda.
it.
Okay.
And I presume at that point that it will come back with perhaps some proposals from staff, including council, as to how to effectively do this. And recognize that whatever we do is gonna be, is not under the 4 exemptions of the Brown Act, so it will be a public discussion.
Yeah, oh, yes. Discussion, Chuck?
Well, I just wanted to suggest somebody who does this, if you were looking for people, a guy named Jeff Ball in Palo Alto, Geoff Ball.
Well, so I mean, before we even look at that, we should probably take a vote on whether or not we want to put this on the regular agenda.
There was something behind it, and that is, I thought that this estimate of 4,000 to 10,000 was very high for this kind of service. I mean, if somebody were to spend half a day, we wouldn't pay anywhere near that. But if this is something where there's individual meetings beforehand, and then, I mean, it could be much more elaborate.
Right, and that's what you have to end up
We can
discussing.
talk about that on,
So
so
when you have
the
that-
motion is to just get this onto a regular agenda for us to discuss. And there's a motion and a second.
Well, are we still in the discussion?
Yeah, we are.
Yes,
Okay.
we've just begun it because we've got a motion on the table.
Right.
What, I see here identification of individual communication styles, improvement of communication between board members, improvement of communication between board members and district staff. I don't have a problem with putting it on the formalized agenda, but to spend the $10,000 so that we're
But when it
all
gets
able
there.
to communicate, so we're able to communicate a little bit better?
Well,
Well,
that's what you were saying. You might-
Maybe we'll just bring a bottle of wine.
that's right. Or maybe we'll just go down to the left bank and have a few drinks. I mean, or go to Starbucks and all get together and
We
have
can't
a
do
study
that.
session.
Or turn on the lights.
You can't bring the booze on district properties.
No, I'm just saying that.
But
well, we can go-
this is just I guess their past experience. This is so, we don't have to go with this.
No, I understand that. It's just that I have no problem bringing it as an agenda item and bringing it out and discussing it, but.
Okay, Chuck.
I'm gonna echo Rob's thing, I'll vote for it to put it on the agenda, because I think we should discuss everything. But I'm not sure that I would support it at the meeting.
I don't either.
Okay. Okay, so,
Question?
yes, calling the question, right? Or do you have a question?
No.
Okay, so all in favor of moving this onto the regular agenda?
Aye.
So that was unanimous.
More communication, more discussion.
So just to be clear, this will go on the June agenda?
Yes.
Fine.
So that'll be separate from item 19. Okay, so item 21 for the regular agenda. Consider and discuss the annual appropriations limit resolution for the calculated limit of $25,126,669, the voter limit of $40 million, and the revenue subject to the limit of $24,488,069. Kathy?
Second.
I'm sorry, who's the first?
Rex moved,
Rex.
Rob seconded it.
Thank
So, discussion.
I have a question. We're due in November for a GAN vote again,
Yes,
Correct.
That's right.
this November.
and will that be on the ballot?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have to approve the language of the measure, or would we just use? It seems like it should be on the agenda very soon, because it's gotta be there, 88 days
Yeah, that's
before?
right, it's in June.
Yeah, this is all falling in line off of a schedule that we've used before, so.
Okay.
So you're exactly, that's the target.
August 27th.
And I just wanted to make one comment on it, and that is that, what the GAN limit essentially says is, if we didn't get the vote of the majority of the residents in our district, we'd be back to a budget of, substantially under the budget that was just approved tonight.
Three fire stations.
Okay.
Yeah, and we all realize that.
Okay.
The fact is that the GAN limit thing is probably not necessarily rational, but it's the law. And so we have to comply.
Could I just ask one last question then? Do we anticipate asking for authorization beyond 40 million in this cycle?
We're gonna consider it, because I think if we looked a little farther into the future, this is, in effect, guess what, 4 years? And so, within the next 4 years, our appropriations may increase to like 42 million, so we may wanna ask for 45
And historically, we've been at 40 now for
for quite a while.
Long
Yeah.
time.
12 years, I think.
At least.
Yeah.
As long as I've
A
been
very
on.
long time. So I think part of the ballot argument's gonna be, look, we've had this in place since 1990, whatever it was, and so now it's time to adjust it. But people should understand that the GAN limit is not an authorization to spend money, it's just a limit beyond which you cannot go.
Without the vote of the people.
Without a vote of the people, yeah. It's a cap, not an authorization.
And the ballot argument would be written by staff, is that how it's?
We're gonna use the one that we had before, and then it has to go by the board.
Yeah, it has to be approved by the board.
I would just like to suggest that you perhaps, since it's already in existence, and we probably will be on a very short fuse that perhaps you could send it out in advance or put it before one of the committees or something, just so there's some.
It is going to the finance committee.
Oh, it was,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of accepting the report?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So it's unanimous. Okay,
So thank you.
Item 22, discuss and consider changes to the board policies and procedures manual as recommended by the ad hoc committee. So, I just wanted to let everyone know that I asked Chuck to help with this, and I asked others, but I think that he was probably the most willing. And so he and I sat down for a few hours and went over this. So, Chuck, would you like to? And this is actually the first draft, and so we just have to have something voted on by June.
Well, let me say a couple things about this. First of all, there was an item that had been on our notes that is not included here because it related to the waiver policy for fees. And that was a different procedures manual, I believe, and we did not have that. There was, I guess the board was supposed to discuss the waiver of inspection fees and so forth. That was that first item, section 5.1.
Yeah, it was it's the fee waiver policy
But
that needed to be updated, it's not part of it.
It's not part of here, so I just want to say, for anybody who had wanted that on the discussion, that was not part of this document, so we did not do that. When Virginia and I met, we went through the items that were on this list and tried not to dictate what we thought should happen, but in fact list the options of what could happen and the reason that there should be a change. I don't know if you want to go through each of these individually.
I think we have to.
Okay, so let's talk about number one then.
I just want to this date and that date. It says meeting date and then it says the 17th and then the 21st, so they don't match on the bylaws.
Well, the ad hoc committee met on the 17th of May.
I'm looking at attachment A. I'm looking at attachment A.
I'm looking at where it says agenda item,
Beginning of the report.
where it says meeting date.
So our meeting date is today, right?
Okay.
And then the
Okay.
ad hoc committee
Sorry.
met on the 17th.
It's late.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. It's late.
I can see why.
Getting later.
Okay, so let's go through agenda item
Let's put a few more things on
22.
the agenda.
The first issue
Okay.
related to the
Make a
appointment.
suggestion to the board. Why don't you, if you're gonna go through these, take each one and vote on each one as you go. Don't
Yeah,
just
no.
take bullets and everything.
That's good.
Take one at a time and vote on it and move on.
The first one related to the appointment of non-board members to standing committees. And there was some issue, and the board actually took actions that were at variance with what the chair had, or the president had initially done. And so this was a matter of formalizing how outside members were appointed to committees. And one option was just to eliminate the appointment of outside members to committees. A second one was that the board president would have sole discretion to appoint the members, period. The third one was that there would be some public process for this. There would be an application, people could do it, there'd be interviews, selection of some sort, so forth. And the fourth one was to just leave and continue to do what we did. That is, the board, the president might suggest the appointment, and in a sense, it's up to the board to ratify that one. So leave it as it was.
I would like to make a motion to leave the sentence and process as it is.
Second.
Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I think, remember, these are non-voting members. And so they have relatively little influence on what the committee's action is. And what we have done is we have taken advantage of people who we perceive have expertise. I perceive this as being different than, for example, appointing a planning commissioner who has voting approval on a particular project, etc., in which you then want to solicit people who want to apply. I think the present process is is working. Committees have always been, whether the committee assignments are of board members or of non-voting members, they've always been based on the president's recommendation with the approval of the board. And that's exactly the way we've done the non-voting members. So I believe that the current process is working.
Well, actually, the current process, I mean, that's not how we did it this year, for whatever reason, but, and I agree that we can take advantage of very talented residents, especially those who've been on the board before. But I've also seen and heard that resident members, kind of overstep their boundaries and feel like that, and they can as resident voters and taxpayers, you know, have access to the chief or want additional information, et cetera. You know, so I just want us to also be cognizant of the fact that that some resident members may go beyond what they think is within the boundaries of, or the scope of their work and take up staff time, because I think that that's happened as well. And I'm not accusing anything, because this is what I'm hearing, I haven't experienced it firsthand.
To the degree that that might occur, then I would think that the responsibility for providing guidance to that non-voting member would fall to the chairman of the committee and or the president of the board. But I wouldn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater in terms of saying, because we've had some problems with it, we're not going to do it.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that the process.
Certainly speaking in my experience, I think that our resident member brings a lot of value to our discussions on the finance committee, because he has a historical perspective and he has a business skill and expertise. And I would like us to be able, from just a selfish standpoint of the finance committee, to continue to have that kind of input.
Right, no, I agree, I mean, it's the little conundrum I think that we're in, because the other resident member wants to be a liaison to East Palo Alto.
And you know, that's where, you know, one just learns to say no.
Right, well, it hasn't, the request has not come to me yet, I'm waiting for it. But
Practice saying no.
I have no problem saying no, but I mean, I'm just, that's why you just put it out there, I mean, again, these are just choices.
I think we should struggle with the problems that occur because of these members, but I wouldn't get rid of them. And that's why my motion is to leave the sentence as it is. And
Okay, any other discussion?
President Crowley, before you
Yeah.
take a vote, and Mr. Myers, you correct me if I'm wrong, could we add language to the board policy saying that even though the resident is a non-voting member, they are still a member of the committee, so they are still subject to the Brown Act in terms of, you know, having an ad hoc committee where the non-resident and a board member meet, that is still a quorum of the committee, if that makes sense?
Is that possible?
If they're a member of the committee, whether they are voting or not voting, they are still subject to all the Brown Act rules.
Yes,
Okay.
because
That's up by operation of law, we don't have to say that.
yeah, there's just, I've been approached several times
Yeah.
on that subject, and it just does not seem to be clear, and I think I just would like something as, from a staff member point of view, to have that written. Just a suggestion I'd like to put out there.
I think that's a great idea, because that may actually make it clear, you know, where the boundaries are also.
well, but we have a section in the board policy manual on the Brown Act compliance.
Yeah, but the non-resident members of the committee are not board members.
Doesn't make any
Even though they
difference.
have, I know,
As-
but
as
one.
council's
Members of
pointed
the
out,
committee, if they're members of the
doesn't make
committee,
any
that's a
difference.
member of a legislative body,
Right.
subject to the Brown Act. The rules don't have to say that, that's the law.
Okay.
Now, if the clerk needs something in writing to say that, I'll write her a memo that says that.
I think that's a great
I don't
idea.
think you should put it.
And it's interesting, there's actually a specific example in here of a committee which includes non-board members, and it says, hey, folks, that's a Brown Act committee.
That's right.
You know?
So, is it a valid concern? I can give her direction.
Okay.
A written
That would
memo.
actually make me a little calmer as well,
Okay,
from what everything I've experienced, that'd be great,
so you have a motion and a second on 4.4.
to keep it as
As is.
with additional language for Brown Act.
No, he's gonna deal with that separately.
Oh, I'm sorry, sorry. Yeah, independent memo.
He's gonna provide legal
I got
counsel.
an independent memo then. Okay, so, if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that's unanimous.
Okay, number two, relates to something that I have pointed out, and I'll use myself as an example here. The language in there regarding our conduct says that board members shall refuse to participate in secret meetings or other irregular meetings which are not official and which all board members do not have the opportunity to attend. And an example of that, I think, was a meeting I attended with Chief Stevens about it wasn't a secret meeting, but it was an irregular meeting about the strategic plan for volunteers. In theory, we're not supposed to do that.
No, I disagree with the
I have no
premise
idea
here.
what this rule means.
Pardon?
I have no idea what this rule means.
I think you're meeting with
Secret
Chief
meeting
Stevens.
is a meaningless term as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how that.
It doesn't say secret, it says irregular also, means.
Secret meeting, under the terms of the open meeting laws, is illegal, so we can't do something illegal. I think what it's meant to deal with is ex parte contacts. In other words, one board member going to someone else to get information that nobody else has. I think that may be the genesis of this rule.
Well,
So
As
that,
is
this
written, I have
is
no
the
idea what it
current
means.
language.
I know it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we
so-
need to, it's like, when you look at the Constitution, you need to sort of look at where these words come from.
Right.
We did not write the policy manual from scratch. We stole it. We found another entity that had a policy manual we thought was pretty good. We said, that's a good starting point, let's start with that. In the process of doing that, we incorporated some language that we did not deliberate on. We simply said, it's worked for somebody else, it'll work for us. I think that this language is obviously ambiguous. I have always interpreted this to mean a meeting is a meeting of the body, not a meeting of individual members with staff, etc. But that's the way I've chosen to interpret it. So I think that what I'm very concerned about is the language in this document which says this rule is routinely violated by board members. I don't think the rule is routinely violated by board members. I don't think we do, engage in secret meetings, etc. I think that you simply have a different definition of what constitutes a secret meeting. When I go and talk to the chief, and I don't inform other people in advance I'm going to go talk to the chief, I don't perceive that he and I have had a secret meeting. What the intention of this language I always perceived was to prevent inappropriate meetings in the context particularly of the Brown Act. And the language probably could be improved, but not because we're doing something inappropriate, simply because the language is not clear.
No, you're right, language is very unclear.
Yeah, so I would welcome changing the language,
Yeah,
but
I
not
saw-
the premise that, we are violating the
Well,
rule. I mean,
the problem with the ambiguous rule is that you'll have two different interpretations.
Yes.
And
Your
that
inter-
is exactly the
Your interpretation is
problem.
wrong.
yeah,
Right,
so
so
I
Chuck has-
would welcome one of two things. I would either say we eliminate the sentence and rely on other portions of the policy and procedure manual which refer to what's required under the Brown Act, etc. Or change this language, and either is perfectly acceptable to me.
I would suggest that you refer this to me to rewrite this,
So move,
and I'll bring it back to you.
okay?
Is there discussion on this?
I have a feeling I know what you want to achieve. I don't think this language does it, but I'm not going to write it here at 11:20 in the evening.
Are you okay with that?
Thanks.
Okay, we still have a quorum.
Yes, you do.
So,
You have a quorum.
yeah, no, I know, we still have a quorum, so there's no discussion, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Okay,
Item check.
point number three, had no specific wording, but it was just this is where we I think want to defer to council once again, but the feeling was that somehow we should specify when we are speaking officially on behalf of the board and when we happen to be a board member but are speaking as an individual. And there are a couple of options here that we would either require board members to specify or that we just not do anything. Those are the two options.
Well, as somebody who speaks frequently on many issues, my conundrum with this is that do I begin everything I say by saying, I am or am not speaking on the fire board, I am or am not speaking as a member of one of many other boards that I serve on, et cetera, et cetera. In my own particular case, when I'm approached by, for example, the media and asked a question, I will make it very clear before I answer the question that per the board policy manual, the only official spokesperson for the fire district is the fire chief, and I can't speak for either the fire chief or the fire board. But the language that's proposed here is that whenever I have a conversation with anybody on literally any topic, because I have to begin with the preamble, just, that's, among other things, violates my First Amendment rights. I think this is a non-problem. When you speak officially, you say you're speaking officially. If you don't say you're speaking officially, then you're not speaking officially.
Right. No, I would agree with that, Peter, except I think that the recipient of the message may not understand that.
That's their problem, not mine.
Well, but if you don't let them know, I mean, I know that there was an email sent to one of the supervisors about Weekend Acres from a board member who's not even the liaison. And when I met with that supervisor, he said, I got an email from so-and-so, and I was just like, okay, I mean, what am I supposed to say? And he thought that it was from a fire board member. Whether or not that was the case, the interpretation is such. And so, I mean, I agree with you, don't get me wrong. I think that, we have our First Amendment rights. I think that this was put in here because of confusion and maybe to some extent misunderstanding, misinterpretation, maybe abuse of it, I don't know.
I move to leave it unchanged.
Second?
Second. Also, we're in discussion.
Yes, now we are.
Oh, sorry. It's like, if let's say the chief goes to a city council meeting in uniform and walks up front and says, makes a representation. It doesn't say, I'm the fire chief of Menlo Park, but he's in uniform, and he just make that representation. Well, he could in fact be making his personal observations and his personal expertise, not as fire chief, but as a citizen of, I don't know, whatever the, so.
He's in uniform, he represents the department.
Well, does he?
I mean.
Good news is the board policies don't apply to him.
Excuse me?
The good news,
board
that's
policies don't
right.
apply to him.
Well, true, but let's say I wore that jacket. That
Exactly.
says director, and it's cold.
And it's a very warm jacket.
It's a very warm, too warm jacket, but.
But, you raise an interesting point. I keep my jacket and my cap in my car. And if I do something like going to exercise or something and I put it on, and then afterwards I'm going to Ann's coffee shop, I take that jacket off. Because I think I should not present myself to people as acting as a director of the board when I'm not acting in that capacity. We went through this exercise, Rex and I lived through it, of having directors who abuse their use of their identification. And one of the consequences is that we changed approved methods of identification. We all used to carry, sort of regular badges and that kind of thing, and that was subject to abuse, at least in one case, and so we changed the policy. I think that, this is an issue where people should simply use good judgment. I think trying to legislate this kind of stuff is gonna end up with craziness. I mean, as you know, I probably, make 20 entries a week in various blogs and forums. I never do so anonymously. I always do so in my own name. I could easily, but will not, post anonymously, because I just don't think that is a way to carry on a dialogue. And do people assume because they see my name that I'm speaking on the part of the fire board? If they do, that's their mistake, not mine.
Well, Peter, could I just ask you a question? I'm not, this is a huge issue for me, but when you send, say, a press release to the Daily Post, they will typically publish that it's from Director of the Fire Board, Peter Carpenter. And so even though you're doing it as a private citizen, I don't know that you could change what they write or anything. I'm not suggesting that you could change that. But in every article that's in the newspaper about some issue, it always reports, and somebody could read that as if you were doing that as an official person.
Yeah, and this is an area, and Harold's been involved with me on a number of these transactions where the media will report that Peter Carpenter said such and such a thing, and Peter Carpenter, parentheses, member of the fire board. And then I will go back to them and say, I was very clear to you in that interview that I wasn't speaking for the fire board. And I have, in numerous occasions, forced them to publish a clarification on that. So I cannot tell them what to say, but when they inappropriately represent me as speaking for the fire board, I have always gone back and said, wait a minute, I made it clear to you in your interview with me that I wasn't speaking for the fire board. And 9 times out of 10, they will actually publish clarifications. And they have learned, not to do that with me, because it's going to end up in a nasty exchange of emails until they capitulate.
Let me just say, I think you've been very scrupulous about this, even on behalf of other people like me, where when there was some article about a lawsuit, you were saying, why do you keep reporting?
Oh, yeah,
that
totally, pissed me off.
Right.
Right.
But it seems to me a possibility, and I'm not pushing hard here, is that in terms of our conduct, to just say that it should be our intent that there be no confusion on that, or something of that sort.
I think it's clear in the current policy, which is not shown here. The current policy is that the only person who speaks for the fire district is the fire chief. That's what he's the spokesperson for. There's no ambiguity about that. Okay. Now, the only other way in which this board can speak is when we, as a board, address an item in public and make a decision. And then that's a matter of record in the minutes.
Call the question. Yeah, I was just gonna say, there's no more discussion. All in favor?
So could we be clear which we're voting to leave it as it is?
Yes, it's option B, leave this section unchanged. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? Okay, number 4.
Number 4, this relates to something that we had discussed maybe 2 or 3 meetings ago, and is still kind of current in our meeting tonight. This relates to language that's in the current policies. Any board member may request the placement of any item related to district business on the agenda of an upcoming scheduled regular board meeting in one of 4 ways, and it goes on. And the feeling was from the chief that the staff shouldn't spend time preparing a staff report if this was not a high priority matter for board members. the majority of the board, and that we wanted to change the procedure here. So some of the options are to get rid of the entire thing and eliminate the ability of a board member to put an item on the agenda. Another option was to do what seemed to be what we talked about at that meeting, which was to require a simple majority of board members to vote yes in order to put an item on the agenda. A third option was to specify that the item may be placed on the agenda for information only with no action to be taken, meaning a staff report wouldn't. The item could then be moved to an action item at a subsequent meeting by a simple majority of board members. A staff report would thus only be prepared for action items. In other words, a board member could put anything on the agenda for information, but not for action, or to leave the section unchanged. And I just want to explain number C, or letter C here. I was concerned that to be able to even talk, we had to have a discussion of the item, even to discuss whether we were gonna put it on the agenda. So once we started discussing it, we're already discussing the item. And like tonight, we even though all we did is, in the case of both Virginia and Peter, both of them had things, but we had to spend a couple minutes discussing it. Effectively, we're already discussing it. And anyway, that was the issue.
I think that we need to appreciate that over the course of the last 4 months, with some help from CASA, we have essentially moved in the direction of item C, although I would not use the word for information only. You'll notice on our current agenda for tonight, we have a section now called proposed agenda items. And we agreed as a board at previous meetings a couple of months ago that rather than taking something from an individual member and putting it on the regular agenda, that we would first put it in the category of a proposed agenda item, and then we would decide whether or not then to spend staff time on. So I think that's what we've been doing.
Right, but that, and I agree with you, that's what we voted on, but that was also subject to the board policies and procedure revisions,
Yeah.
which is why this is,
So-
that's why this topic
So
is here.
I would move that we choose option C, but be placed on the agenda as a proposed agenda item with no action to be taken.
Just
So
eliminate for
basically-
information only.
Well, basically doing what we're doing now, essentially,
Well,
but.
for information only.
No, I'm
and-
not saying put for me, for
Oh.
information,
Eliminate
yeah, I'm saying,
information.
but what we're
Pardon?
doing is we're putting proposed agenda item as the title, not.
Proposed agenda
So
item.
what we're doing now is what you're proposing for C,
Yes,
for the
I use the
language.
same language here, but just change that parenthetical
Proposed,
phrase.
yeah, for proposed agenda item.
As an
which is-
proposed agenda item. So that's my motion.
So the motion is for item 4, to adopt alternative C with the language proposed agenda item instead of for information only.
Right.
True.
Is there
Second.
a second?
And and I would strike the words with no action to be taken, because the action is to say yes or no.
Yes.
Now, what I think was meant there, no staff action, the
Yeah.
invitation, I'd strike that because I think that's ambiguous.
Or do you wanna put with no staff action to be taken?
No,
No, because
it goes
covers
on to
Yeah,
say
that
that.
goes under, okay,
Goes on to say that.
yeah. Roger?
Question,
Yes.
call the question.
Oh, any other discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, all in favor of, voting in C with the language change of
Aye.
Aye.
unanimous?
Okay, number 5 is essentially the same thing, but instead of the board member being able to do it, the public can do it. And the thinking was that whatever we did for the board should hold for the public as well.
Yeah, there's one omission here, that when, there is a further constraint on an item from the public, that it first has to pass the test of a decision being made by the fire chief and the board president that it's relevant to the subject matter within the purview of this board. So there is a higher standard there. And this gets back to issues like sending fire trucks to Afghanistan and stuff like that.
But just one quick note, I mean, one of the purposes of public comment is for the members of the public to ask you to take a matter up. I mean, anyone can come in here at any time under public comment and say, I have this issue, I'd like you to discuss it, I'd like you to consider it. It's up to you guys to decide whether you want to consider it or not, but you can agendize it as a result of someone from the public saying, I'd like you to talk about it if you're interested in it. And assuming it's in such a
When we-
How is
jurisdictional
that
board.
different from what
Well,
is in here?
when we adopted this, first we should realize that we are probably the only, and council can correct me if I'm wrong, typically, even to get something on the agenda for a local jurisdiction requires at least 2 members of the body. And I find it offensive that an elected official of a body cannot bring something to the attention of the body and ask them to consider it for fruit. So that's why years ago we said this is something we want to do as a matter of policy. And then in that same discussion, we said, and citizens should have the same right. Now, council is correct, in public comments, they can bring things to our attention, but there is no obligation on our part to even pay attention to what they say. Now, the fact of the matter is that this clause has, to my knowledge, never been used by a member of the public in all the years that I've served on the board. But I think that it is a very valuable feature to have to somebody who comes to us with great concern. We say, look, you know, they come to the fire chief, they come to one of us as a board member, we say, we've got a procedure for that. You know, you submit your proposed agenda item to the fire chief. He will make a determination of whether or not it's within the purview of the board, and then it will come now, same as 3 above, it will come to us as a proposed agenda item. But it will only come to us after it's been determined that the item that's being proposed is within the purview. You know, for example, if you live in Berkeley, you know, people are proposing that, you know, you oppose the war in X, or you know, recommend something with respect to the ambassador to the United Nations, etc. And those are all things that we would hopefully deem irrelevant.
Not put on the agenda.
So, the public is held to a somewhat higher standard. It has to be within their purview. And then it would go, as do requests from board members, into the proposed agenda category, and simple up or down vote, no staff time. But we've given citizens the opportunity to have us consider whether or not to discuss an item. So I would make a motion that it is basically same as number 3 above,
Well, so
recognizing
number-
that there is this other layer that's not articulated in this write-up of first a determination of appropriateness by the chief, which, you know, may involve consultation with either the president or council, and then it comes to us, no staff work, up or down, do we want to talk about it further?
So actually, Chuck, you meant probably same as number 4 above, right? Because number 4 is the agenda item request.
Yes, I'm sorry, that is correct. I changed the
So-
order of these and I got mixed up. But it's the same,
Is
it should
number
be,
4.
yeah, so it should be the same as 4C.
And I so
In
moved.
agree,
Yeah.
Peter's point of this higher standard is correct.
Right, but I just wanna make it clear that it's not number 3, because that
No,
was
that-
the
that-
original
that's a-
motion.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's 4C.
It's a friendly amendment.
It's a friendly amendment. Okay, so he's willing to accept, Director Carpenter's willing to accept the friendly amendment to reference 4C.
And you seconded, you
Yeah, I
seconded.
second it too.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. Number 6.
This related to how committee meeting agendas are set. Right now, it says agendas for standing committee meetings shall be established by items forwarded by majority vote of the board, by recurring items from prior committee meetings, by designated nature of the item which would require a committee action prior to board consideration, or by items submitted by the fire chief in consultation with the president. And the feeling of the committee, and I guess that's me, and with Virginia, but this was something that I was proposing. I thought that the committee chairs should be able to put things on the agenda also. And so there were a couple.
For the committee meetings.
For the committee meeting. And so there were a couple of options put out there. And the reason was, this was a place where it seemed like there's no risk, no action's gonna be taken, the committee can't vote on anything on behalf of the board, so. And so the committee should have some freedom to talk about things that perhaps shouldn't even come before the board. That just having the discussion there in public might eliminate the item and not waste board time on something. So one option is that an individual board member could place any item on the agenda of a standing committee by using the same procedure as after placing an item on a regular meeting of the board. What we just talked about, another repeat of what we just talked about. That there could be a proposed committee agenda item. That's one option. The second option was that the chairperson of any committee could place any item on the agenda of that committee by contacting the fire chief or president. An additional option would be to say, look, if there's some concern that somebody would dominate the meeting, there could be a time limit. The discussion of it, for example, the discussion of any item referred by an individual board member shall not exceed 5 minutes without a vote of 2 voting members to continue the discussion. So that way, one person couldn't have an item that wasn't of interest. And there could be some combination of all this, or we could just leave it alone as is.
Well, I sort of like as is, but on the other hand, I think it's also, I would like to empower the committee chairman to have some flexibility on this issue. And it's not clear to me that the language that we presently have allows that flexibility. I am uncomfortable with the process which says that the committee agenda should be set by the board, because pretty soon you get into a do loop where almost nothing can get done. Oh, that's got to go to the board's got to approve it, then it's going to come back to the next committee meeting, and oh, then we want to do something slightly different. I place a lot of trust and confidence in my fellow board members, and I certainly place trust and confidence in the committee chairs. So I would be open to a modification of the paragraph that's there to include the addition of items by the committee chair. So there would be agendas for standing committees shall be established by the committee chair based on the following kinds of things. I've seen very little sign of committees running amok. I think that it's a good mechanism that we have things that the committees deal with before they come here. Certainly, each of the committees has shown the value of that in terms of things being handled expeditiously when they come to the board because they've previously been discussed in a committee meeting. I don't think that setting agendas for committees ought to be a big, huge, elaborate process like setting the committee for the agenda for the board. And Council, question, having said that, since a board committee is the Brown Act committee, I guess in fact the committee is constrained to dealing with items which have been properly agendized.
If it's a standing committee, yeah.
So to the degree that that's true, then what I would suggest is language taking the current paragraph and making it clear that the responsibility for setting the committee agenda rests with the committee chairman and the fire chief.
Yes.
And you guys do whatever you want.
Well, so I'm not totally against it, but I do know that we ran into this, as
in terms of, I guess it became an issue in terms of staff time, and it was something driven by an individual board member. So in some ways, I don't, not to give the president more authority or not, but I do think that since the committee agendas are, probably, or, you know, there's a likelihood that whatever's there is gonna make it onto the board agenda, that I would like to keep in consultation, or submitted to the fire chief in consultation with the president, because I do think that there could be room for personal agendas, you know, where something might not even be discussed, but then staff time would be used to put together something. I do wanna give leeway to the committee chairs without having to expend staff time to the point where it's something that the board might not even be interested in, you know what I'm saying? So, and maybe, I don't know, I mean, it's,
I think it's a question, at some point, it's a question of whether or not we have trust and confidence in each other. And I'm perfectly comfortable saying anybody who's serving as committee chair in consultation with the fire chief ought to be able to set the agenda for the committee.
I agree.
And they can take their input from the sources that are described here, divine revelations, you know, whatever. And, you know, once the agenda is set, it's distributed, if you, as president, or somebody else has a problem with it, you know, you can, you know, call up the committee chair and say, hey, you know, I've got a concern about this issue, or you can call up the fire chief and say, I've got a concern about it.
So you're suggesting substituting the word president for committee chair?
No, use B, the committee chair of any standing committee. So it'd be 7.8B.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If you look at the existing language, all you'd have to do is change the word
yeah,
from president to committee chair.
committee chair.
Yeah.
It's the third option or fourth option for sitting, so putting that on the agenda.
No, you would cross off the last three words, I think, wouldn't you? Isn't that
Or the president, yeah.
Or the president would be crossed out, is that what you're saying, Peter?
No, he's saying, or by item submitted by the fire chief.
I'd say
Committee chair.
Steven's looking at the actual language and
Yeah,
just saying,
Oh,
and so it says, or by items submitted by the fire chief in consultation with the committee chair instead of with the president.
I see, I'm
Right,
sorry.
because
I was
we're
just trying to
talking
be
about
simple.
committee agendas and not the board agenda.
I see.
I'd be comfortable with that, you know, and I have enough experience and confidence in working with the chief to know that if I, as a committee chair, went to him and said, hey, I think we ought to do this, that, you know, then that would get put in there. So I would make a motion to adopt that, the language as revised,
Second.
submitted by the fire chief in consultation with the committee chair.
Any further discussion? Chuck?
No.
Rob? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
That was unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess, we'll have another final draft, I hope, by June with the additional language, Steve, that you're gonna add.
Oh, yeah, I gotta write that.
One of the sets. Yep. Item 23, discuss and consider a request from
I'm
Director.
sorry, I just want to be clear. Is this now in the hands of the board clerk and council?
Yes.
Okay.
But then give us a final draft before it goes.
Of course you'll have a final draft.
Before we go to the.
I just want to be clear.
You're up.
I don't need to do anything.
Chuck, you're all probably,
You're up.
you're good, Chuck, you're up.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 23, discuss and consider a request from Director Carpenter to have the board request the Atherton Town Council to make Marsh Road re-lanes from Fair Oaks to Middlefield Road.
In light of the time, I'd like to ask that this item be deferred to the next
The
board
June
meeting.
meeting.
I second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I just have a quick question for Peter.
Yes.
Is there anything that's gonna happen where the timing matters on this?
Well, they've got a study that they're just contracting to do. And my concern is that I think that we took the right step in saying to the city of Menlo Park, Willow Road is a primary response route, we need to do something about it. We discussed that in our joint meeting with Atherton about Marsh Road, but we haven't gone on record. So at our next meeting, I'd like to come back and talk about ways in which we can more formally communicate our concern to the town of Atherton about Marsh Road.
Okay.
But we don't need to do that tonight, so, no, give them your traffic study, et cetera.
So for the June agenda, just move this over with the same, report, right, just different date. Okay, so public comment number 3.
We lost it.
I think public comment will be closed,
They're all-
so is there
they're
a
all
motion
outside.
to adjourn?
So moved.
Yes.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah,
I think I was
I'll send you.
I know.
I think I left.
No, I didn't hear anything from.
Let me know, Hey, you know what, just something tomorrow.
I'll let you know
Okay,
in enough time.
okay.
And if they don't